Well, hello everyone, and how's it going today? Welcome to my crazy little corner of streaming life and the insanity that's on YouTube and the internet. I am here today after spending the morning digging around in the dirt. I've been planting my garden, finally. It is so far behind, I was starting to lose my mind thinking I wasn't going to get anything in. Still got to finish it up tomorrow, but we did get the majority in today, so I'm feeling pretty proud of myself. Well, I don't know what to say other than thanks to the world. I have Wake and Bake, who has set up my Twitch stream, got everything going for me today, made sure my life is going easy. My husband brought me a new chair, so I'm a little more comfortable. Still not perfect, but hey, he was able to get it from work cheap, so I'm willing to try it out. It's still better than the folding chair I was using, okay? Um, and the reason is I'm not trying to put a lot of money into my stream, and that's why Wake and Bake 507 is so important. He has borrowed me the camera, the microphones, the lighting, just about everything except even my monitor, folks. He has even borrowed me a monitor. All I have at the moment myself is the tower, the basic computer. Um, Everything went sideways, so I had to go that route. And now I am working on building back up my life a little bit and getting going. And the only way I can do that is by reacting to videos. And I do not know if anyone else if you do a lot of other Twitch streams, but one of my favorite streamers, one of 3 or 4 that I really enjoy watching, is Adam Cowser. I do not know where he got the thing he's looking at. I just happened to see this and pulled it up on my Twitch stream because I wanted to check it out. But it is literally a video about the 8 worst places in America. Now lives in Northern Ireland. So the idea that he is talking about American bad places, and I'm assuming this is something downloaded through an American content creator. So I want to see what someone else's take is, because Adam has been to the United States. He's been in Florida. In fact, his vacation was cut short because of Hurricane Milton when he was up in the States. And I know he's been to Vegas and stuff like that. So he has seen some of the nicer touristy areas that we are known for. But a lot of tourists don't get into the spots I'm sure this is talking about. So we are going to watch Adam Cowser react to the 8 worst places in America. And I'm assuming he means United States of America. I am going to clarify that for my northern and southern neighbors who are also Americans. But up here in the United States have tended to think that America is just the U.S., and it's not. So I want to think that this is 8 worst places in the United States, but we shall see, because they could be talking about U.S. and Mexico, South America. I mean, all of us are Americans. We just, like I said, U.S. citizens seem to have taken the word American and turned it into an acronym or an aside for a replacement. That's the word I'm looking for the United States, and it's not true. Yes, we are all Americans, but there are a lot of Americas that are not the United States.
If that video doesn't make you appreciate where you are right now, I don't think anything ever will. Oh, look who it is. Why do I feel like I can't hear myself? Hello? Okay, sorry, never mind. Hello. Today we're going to be checking out the 8 worst places in the United States. Now, hear me out, okay? Hear me out on this one. For a long time, we've always checked out the best, the nicest, the most beautiful places in America / the whole bloody world. Every now and again, it's okay to, you know, balance the scales and check out, you know, the parts not so nice.
Exactly.
That's also very important. My name is Adam, and I hope you're doing absolutely beautiful today. I'm really interested to...
Thank you, Adam. He put out a big point. A lot of propaganda either goes for all the good or all the bad. And while he has seen much of the good, he is now going to see the bad. But he's honestly, the biggest majority of Americans live in the middle. We don't live in the nicest houses. We don't live in the streets. We're in the middle. And yes, if we watch this, maybe those of us here who are comfortable in our lives but tend to feel that we need more might find ourselves appreciating what we have a little bit more.
See just what these places are, because I can guarantee you right now that you may call them the 8 worst places, but I also can guarantee you now that these 8 worst places are probably nicer than anywhere where I live.
No.
It's maybe a silly question, but are you
Afraid
happy
not.
where you live? Would you, if you had the chance to move anywhere else in the US, would you? If so, where would you like to move to? And if you're comfortable enough in telling anybody, where do you currently live?
Detroit has the single largest area of just continuous urban blight in the entire
Well,
country.
hello,
So much of the
Junkie.
city is empty, derelict, and just truly ghetto. And a lot of it, you can't even really call it ghetto because it's just empty. It's almost like an urban ghost town. And
What?
it's just
There's
really
no
bad.
way it's like
improved
this,
a little
man.
bit through the years. I've been visiting Detroit.
Yeah, it is, Adam. See, we're doing the 8 worst places in the United States, and Adam Kauser made the comment that it's probably better than anywhere he lives. He's only been in some of the nice places in the United States, so this ought to be a great shock to him to see that some of our United States is not all that nice.
For about 20 years.
What?
And there have been some minor improvements, but it's still really, really bad. And so many stretches of town are just, you know, again, they're just...
So he said there's a lot, like, so in Detroit, there's like this area and it's just everywhere. Why is that? Why is
Auto
Detroit
industry.
so-
The auto industry collapsed over there, and we got screwed
Oh
over
my
there.
God.
with some of the old factories and with some of these, you know, old plants and things, but it's been a very slow process. And in
Never
20
been
years, not
down
that
in
much has been done.
Louisiana.
But the past
Maybe I
couple
don't
of
wanna
years, it's
go,
really
huh?
improvement, But still, Detroit.
But
is
there's
pretty
got to be
awful.
some great
Photographs
spots
like this,
down
man.
there
This actually looks
too.
like my town I live in. I ain't gonna lie, man. There's a few of these shops that look like this in a row. It makes me so sad because all I see whenever I look at that is when it was nice. Kids outside playing, you know, eating their candy that they just got from the store, and maybe the workers standing here like looking out, smiling, thinking, oh, you know what, I love my little job. And then all these years later, it's just so sad. I think sucks, man.
And it is the largest
Sucks.
urban ghetto in the country. The most dangerous urban ghetto is Chicago, and the stats here are ridiculous. The south and west side of the city.
Chicago gun violence since 2012 is total shooting victims 9,228, total shooting deaths 1,347, and murder victims under 24 659. Holy that's insane.
Have just seen almost like
It's
war zone
crazy,
type
man,
activities
bro.
going on, and the gang related murders, the violence.
Oh,
going on,
yeah, I
the
never
violence
thought
going
of
on,
that.
the
Yeah,
violence
after
in
the
Brazil,
hurricanes,
places
there
like
was a lot of
This is
shit
truly
that
bad.
never got
I haven't
taken
actually
care
been
of.
to
And
the
then,
worst
yeah,
parts
I
of
can
the ghetto in
imagine the
recent
bad
years. It's
elements
really
moved
bad.
in because they
I
could.
probably wouldn't either, but you know, it is mostly gang on gang violence. So if I were to drive through there, I probably wouldn't have any issues. But at the same time, I still wouldn't be doing it. It's crazy. I don't know how it's gotten so
And
much
that actually
worse
breaks
through
my
the
heart,
years,
man.
but it is
It
such a
breaks my heart.
huge area of just violence, and it is the most dangerous ghetto in the country. Even though I guess you could say per capita the crime isn't as bad as say maybe St. Louis or other cities, but Chicago is so much bigger than St. Louis that the ghetto is just so much larger, and the overall amount of violence is incredible. But the difference between Chicago and Detroit is that not all of Chicago is like that. A lot of Chicago is very nice, very wealthy, and some really cool neighborhoods there. Most of Detroit's pretty ghetto. There isn't much to Detroit.
Hey guys, I thought I should just say this now. I know a lot of my videos are always, you know, I try to put a bit of humor in there and a bit of, you know, I take the piss a little bit. I ain't gonna do this in this video, man. So this is gonna be a more serious video in case you haven't noticed already. So I'm not gonna be joking much, obviously, because there's nothing here to be joking about, man. A lot of this is serious so far. So,
No,
this is a bit
Adam,
of a different vibey video.
when we go to our video,
I
when
didn't come in here thinking, oh, this is gonna be funny.
I think he was thinking some more backwoods type places. He wasn't realizing our cities are an urban jungle. I mean, there's a reason they call them urban jungles. It's literally a fight for survival there. I actually live in a smaller town. I feel thankful because I don't really, there's violence going on around us. But in my neighborhood, I'm in a pretty nice, calm neighborhood, mostly old people, young people with kids who are just trying to make a living, you know? Not a lot of bad element. Yeah, we have some homeless, but it's not miles of homeless camps. We have a few homeless people that just, and I know one for sure because I speak to him regularly because he walks by my home, literally has his camp down by a river near our home, along with a couple other people. It's not a giant homeless problem like the inner cities have. We don't have the violence like they have. There is some gun violence, but it's small. But I do believe part of it is because Minnesota's an open carry, and there's a lot of men who walk around with guns that are not in gangs or anything, so it just seems that I guess I grew up lucky. It's the best thing I can say. I'm basically a rural kid in a decent area, did not have any of these problems. We did not have uber poor. I mean, other than the fact that everybody was a poor farmer. But yeah, I can't fathom living in these places, but I know a lot of the people that are in them can't get out. There is no money for them to move. Just like the ones stuck in Detroit.
Worst places anywhere. I don't think that's ever good, man. I never like that. So yeah, just thought it's through that little, maybe like.
And as far as the coughing goes, I've never been able to stop coughing. If I can't cough and I'm heaving that hard, usually my husband thinks I'm gonna die off the hit here. But yeah. And my son, he trained himself not to cough and to hold it. I don't know how he does it. He's got a system. I mean, he still will now, but when he was younger, he could sit and take the most ridiculous hit, and he found a way to train his body to twitch his hand instead of coughing. It's weird what he could do mentally. He can train himself to do some of the strangest stuff with his mind. But we're going to go back because we've hit Detroit. We know Detroit was lost when they were already a rough city. And then you added the fact that all the freaking car industries and businesses went down there. And I can't even imagine a shit show that Detroit is now. I mean, I know I could probably go in and buy 3 blocks of housing, but I wouldn't want to be in it. And then of course we hit Chicago, and we always know that Chicago had problems. I'm assuming they'll hit New York, but they gotta hit the South soon, because I do know we have some southern shitty places.
Chicago is at least okay, but the parts of town that are ghetto are really bad and really violent, and it's the most violent inner city in the country.
What does
But
ghetto
neither
mean?
Detroit nor Chicago are the poorest
that mean?
ghetto in the country. That goes to New Orleans, and New Orleans' ghetto is more like a third world area. It's just really bad. It's just so much more poverty-stricken than the larger ones up north. But the only saving grace for New Orleans' ghetto is that it isn't huge. It doesn't go on for miles and miles and miles, but pound per pound, it is the worst. It really does feel like you're in a third world country.
That
It's
doesn't even
just
look
so
like
bad
American,
and
man.
so poor, and it's not just because of Hurricane Katrina. It was like that before, and there was talking, sort of joking, sort of serious, that Hurricane Katrina might be in the long term good for New Orleans as it cleans.
Okay, I don't think Katrina was good for anybody. That's some bullshit. The government screwed up. And now they're trying to say it might have been a good thing for the city. No, the government screwed up at Katrina and every other hurricane since. They've done such a shit poor job of caring for people and places afterwards.
Cleaned out some of these horrible below sea level areas.
Is that a home? Holy shit. Guys, see at the start whenever I said it's good to look at these things. One's not, I don't know if good is the right word, but important to look at these type of things. Because it makes you realize that not everywhere on Earth is perfect. Nowhere is.
No.
Everywhere that's good has bad.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest problem. Immigrants came to America in droves for centuries now. Those who established and were able to make it did good. Those that couldn't ended up in these ghettos, and it just created a bigger and bigger population of people who could not get out. And the few that do get out are lucky as hell. And while I'd like to be able to save them all, we can't. I mean, that's just, like I said, I don't feel like I'm privileged because I was living in America. I feel lucky that I was born in America. My relatives could still be in Germany, Poland, the Ukraine, Russia. I could be in Ireland, everywhere. So when I say I am tired of people who are against immigrants, just because you got lucky that your mom spit you out in this country, and that her mom spit out her in this country and a few other generations, and then you suddenly think you're more important than the people that just came over or better than them, I really, that pisses me off. I mean, maybe I'm just too grounded as an American, but I really get upset when, and like I said, the fact that they say the government thought that it was okay. No, the government's trying to put a spin on shit because they fucked up so bad.
Everywhere that's nice has stuff that's not, nowhere is perfect.
Yes.
Okay, so it's important to balance your view on things, in my opinion. I think, especially when I do the videos that I do, and all I seem to do is look at the best parts of America and the most beautiful part, but I feel like it's also important to be realistic and look at parts that aren't so nice. I don't know what the word is to describe how this video makes me feel, but I feel like it's important to me to see this part of it too. Because I feel like I can relate a little bit. Because like I always mentioned, the town I live in, we only have one main street, and it is shithole, really, to be honest. And not so long ago, I want to say that maybe like 15 years, it used to be bustling. All the shops were open. We had an arcade. People were outside the arcade, music playing, dancing around, playing games. All the shops were busy. People were coming from out of town to stay in the local caravan sites, trailer sites, you might call them. And then now, there is nothing. They're all closed.
That's sad.
One bar and one fish and chip shop when they're used.
But I guess I can relate. This little town I grew up in, well, I grew up out on a farm, but we moved into the close town, which is about 5 miles away. When it was going, it was a rowdy place. It had bars, pool halls, hardware shops, grocery stores, several gas stations, and everything else. Now my mom owns the bar and serves some food in it. There's no restaurants otherwise. It's just some houses and the bar. Oh, and the elevator, because it was a railroad town. It was built along the railroad. So it was a bustling little town in its day, and then it just died down to, I think it's got less than 30 people in it. It's been degraded from a town to a village. New Orleans gang violence. Yeah, I've heard about that. And I know there were at one time in the 50s and 60s and 70s, even when I was a kid, New York was having that problem. And Detroit. But I know at one point New York had large areas where they would not enter. If you wanted an ambulance, you needed to bring them outside of that area because the ambulances and everything refused. And I know Detroit has gone the same way now. I don't think he realizes the fact that because we have guns, the cops have to be that much more circumspect about how much policing they're going to do. And just ignore my Streamlabs. It's obnoxious. It's just a thing. So, Chunky, just if you have something for me, please ignore them. Because I'll put them up on the next stream. But yeah, there is no way that, like I said, you just ignore that Streamlabs comment anytime it comes up.
Especially tech shops. There used to be 3 shops that are closed. Or sorry, there used to be about 8 shops, and I think there's maybe on that street maybe 2 open now. The arcades.
It's just sad. I mean,
only,
since
like I said,
the
only 1 bar pub is open now, and I feel like that's.
We've just had such a huge recession across the world.
Because I know how sad this can be to see shit like this. So just so you know, where I live is like this. Okay, a lot of it, and it's so sad to see because, like I said, a lot of these people probably seen these towns at one stage in a nicer kind of state, and yeah, it's sad, man.
Areas, the Ninth Ward specifically, and there's been some new building there, some green kind of construction and things going on, but the overall ghetto
And there's
scene
no
in
hope.
New Orleans is still very,
Where I
very
live.
bad, and it's a lot poorer than Chicago or Detroit, but again, the overall ghetto size isn't anywhere near as big. So those are the 3 worst urban ghettos in the country.
Damn.
Detroit's the largest, Chicago's the most dangerous, and New Orleans is the poorest. And these are often associated with high crime and poverty. But urban ghettos are not as destitute as some other parts of the country. So urban areas aren't the only horrible parts of the U.S.
No.
Some of the rural parts of the country are where you have the most third world, the most poverty, and just the most destitution. So
And if you really want to see poverty, sweetheart, go to some of the reservations up north here. There are some reservations in North Dakota, South Dakota, and Minnesota. North Dakota and South Dakota especially. They couldn't get closer to a third world country if they fucking tried. Excuse my language, but certain tribes, I have nothing against it. In fact, I am very much thinking that the Indians should have shot all of the Americans or the Europeans before they set foot on the Americas. They'd have been better off. But because of the way they were mistreated and brought down and stuff, there are certain native populations that have allowed themselves to become nothing more than, I'm going to say, bucks and squaws. They've allowed themselves to be, I won't say allowed themselves, drugs, alcohol, and violence has taken over, and poverty is everything. Yeah. I don't think anyone did good by the native culture. And in fact, I shouldn't even just talk about the Americas. Any culture, when they came in, anytime the Europeans came into an area, the natives suffered. So anytime Europeans entered into an area where there was already an indigenous population, that indigenous population was guaranteed to be fucked over. It doesn't matter if it was Canada, US, India, Australia. Europeans just seemed to have little care for life unless it was their own. Hopefully, I thought we'd evolved more now, but, you know, I guess it's still a kill or be killed, and we still have some primal instincts we haven't freaking out
About
removed.
the three worst rural parts of the country. The first of these rural areas I'm going to talk about is eastern Kentucky / southwestern West Virginia.
Okay.
And this is just a huge area of almost continuous poverty. Whereas an urban ghetto might constitute a few neighborhoods over several miles in a city, this part of Appalachia
Jesus.
is several counties that goes across state lines, and it's just a huge area where you can drive for over an hour and never really leave an area
And
of
don't
poverty.
keep
There's
in
a
mind
very
those
tiny middle
people are
class and
living in
almost
those
no
houses
upper
and shit.
A lot of people in this region don't have running water or electricity, which sounds crazy for a rich
Jesus.
country like the U.S., but it's true. You can live
They don't have running water or electricity.
in the worst ghetto of Detroit or Chicago, but you probably have
What?
electricity or running water. You might not be able to pay the bill for the electricity, but the infrastructure is there. A lot of these places in the rural Appalachia region, the infrastructure isn't even there in the first place.
Yo, can I be honest, man? This is actually breaking my heart a little bit. I'm not even joking. This is fucking sad, bro.
Area is so large that you might have to drive a half an hour just to get to a grocery store. And when you get there, it only has frozen, boxed, and canned stuff. You might have to drive more than an hour just to get to a decent hospital. This area is a huge food desert. It's a huge healthcare desert. Healthcare problems are really bad.
God
Obesity
damn.
is really bad. Dental hygiene is really bad. A lot of the drinking water isn't even safe. I mean, it smells weird. It looks weird. And half the time I go to West Virginia, there's always some county there where there's a boiled
What even
water.
what am I
advisory
looking
to
at?
not drink the water. That's an extremely common thing. So these areas are really, really bad. And almost, like I said, third world-ish because it's just extreme poverty. It's a large region. And you also have a huge
Damn it, Chunky, yeah. I agree. I mean, I'd like to think that we could evolve to better, but human nature is just violent. I mean, we're the only groups that'll mass kill each other just for space. I mean, even the big predatory animals, say like elephants and stuff like that need their own separate areas, they communicate more by sound. They don't actually go to war. There may be a few battles against the dominant males to see who can get more females and stuff. But again, it's not wholesale slaughter of their whole herd. They take out the leader, and then the rest of the herd gets to join them, and they're just as happy. Where we can't stand being with one another as people and not get into
issue with
wars.
drugs. You have a
You're
lot of
right.
People that are hooked on painkillers and crystal meth, and it's really sad. I've walked around some of these small towns in southwestern West Virginia, like a town called Logan, and you just see so many people whose eyes are glazed and they're kind of shuffling their feet and they look like zombies. It's just so sad at how many people are just hooked into this cycle of poverty and drugs. And
It's touching a lot of important stuff here, guys, and I'm obviously clueless looking in from being outside, right? So the stuff he's talking about in this video, is this known, like, to everyone, that there's these areas in America, in these certain places, that's just hopeless? Is that like a...
Yeah. There's a reason we tell you to stay out of the Appalachians, dude. Unfortunately, all over America, there are places like this. But yes, in the deep south, it seems like you seem to have gotten the worst shuffle. I'm not sure why. Is it just because after the Civil War, they decided, fuck y'all, and ignored the rural areas, or what? Because I never did understand why that area... I mean, we've been able to harness part of the Rockies as living area, the Cascades and shit like that, the Sierra Madres in Nevada. Why is it the Appalachians are like this? I never could understand, because it's been like that since the beginning. And it seems like, or at least since around the Civil War. So it's like they were just kind of... The poor whites and the blacks just kind of got left in the shuffle back here. I don't really get it. But, yeah, it makes me think like this is just always been this way down in that southern area. Yeah, we're along the coastlines and stuff. They get a little bit more because they had the beaches and whatnot. So they got tourists and they had harbors and all that shit. But interior deep south, y'all got fucked.
Known thing around the country. Is it improving? Is there anything getting done to maybe trying to help these people, or
No,
have they
dude,
just been kind of labeled?
they're kind of just being left to die on their own. I'm sorry.
Let me know.
It doesn't really seem to be getting any better. In fact, it seems to be getting a little bit worse. The second awful rural area that takes up a large swath is the Mississippi River
just said it's
area
getting
of
worse.
northwestern Mississippi and southeastern Arkansas. This is just true poverty through a large area, and it's also kind of third worldish. You have a lot of areas where there's no electricity or running water, and you see people living in these conditions. You can't believe this is the U.S., but it is. And this area has been poor forever, going back to the days of slavery and sharecropping and just this area.
Right.
Really
Yeah, see, that's what I
and this is
mean.
where the blues music came from. I mean, you can see why it came from this area. So much of our music is because of how bad this area is. People had the blues, singing about it, and it just moved into rock and roll and all that kind of stuff.
Jesus Christ, man.
I guess you can say there's one good thing about the poverty in this area, but it is still very destitute. It's very
All I
similar
want to do
to
is help when I
the
say this stuff,
Appalachian area, but
and I
you know,
don't
the
think I
geography
can.
is different.
And
It's
I hate
flat,
it.
really hot.
No,
and humid as
us
opposed to
as an
mountains and
individuals,
stuff, but it is
nobody
pretty
can
much
help.
The same kind of thing, just a large area of just extreme poverty, and it never seems to get much better. There's very little economic.
Yeah, it's
opportunity
all
in this
that
region.
kind of
It's not like all these
stuff.
companies moving to northwestern Mississippi or southeastern Arkansas. So
Yeah, I never
what the
quite,
future
you
holds
know,
for this area, I don't know. It's kind of like Appalachia.
I mean, I'm not trying to be mean. The only relative I know that was here during the Civil War actually came down from Canada because he was against slavery. And that's how we ended up in the United States. Out of Canada, as the family just moved down. In fact, we own land on both sides, which was a good thing for my grandpa, my great-grandpa, because he's a moonshiner back during Prohibition. So having land on both sides of the Canadian and U.S. borders made his life a little farmland. He could bounce back and forth pretty easy. So that was kind of fun, learning those stories as a kid. But yeah, down here, yeah, they had the sharecropping and stuff, and yeah, I never even, I guess coming from a place where I came from North Dakota, when they tried to have clan meetings, the citizens there said, you can take your shit and get out of here. You don't even get to no, leave. So the people who came to the clan meetings actually came to tell the clan members to get the fuck out of our state. I know that's weird, but that is the way it was back then in North, which makes sense because all they had was Indians. There were no blacks in North Dakota back then. There was no reason for prejudice. When the black people did come in, 90% of them were just in there to go to school, and most of them, because they were so outnumbered to the whites and came from big cities where there were clashes and racial problems, or the South where there are clashes and racial problems, minded their P's and Q's better than the whites did, so they were treated well. That is changing because of the huge immigrant Somali populations and stuff that came in. But when Black Americans first started coming into North Dakota, they were in shock that they were treated so well, because we really didn't have any, so we didn't have any prejudices, and we didn't fight in the war, so we didn't have the war. Yeah, exactly. Where North Dakota was not into separation, their separation was dealing with Indians, and I know this sounds horrible because what we did to the indigenous tribes was not good. But they have done better than many states when it comes to what happened with blacks, I will say. North Dakota didn't start out with a lot of laws against any blacks, and I guess maybe that's why they seem less prejudiced. Some of the people are still prejudiced, of course. We can't get rid of that. Racists are out there everywhere, unfortunately. And please, anyone who is of a different color or racial group, if I say the wrong words, I am not doing it to be mean or hateful, unless I premise it as a fact that these are the hateful words that are used. But I am doing it out of ignorance, not any sort of anger or prejudice of my own. I am just old and I don't keep up on the modern terminologies. I am a woke person without a woke attitude. I don't know. I just believe everyone has rights and stuff, and for some reason, unless your skin was as freaking pale as mine, you just didn't get them. And unfortunately, down south, the white and black population, because there was people tried to sharecrop to start with, hoping they'd make money as whites, and they got treated just as shit poor as the blacks, almost.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, businesses and shit aren't going to move to these areas, right? So the help's going to have to come from the government that
ain't going to do it.
Towns.
Like we said, honey,
we no return other than just doing it for the sake of being fucking
exactly.
Human, you know what I mean? So
our government would never do that.
Owner standpoint, no one's bringing their business to these places to open a new shop, open a new store. No one's doing that. They ain't making nothing back. So it's up to the government to invest billions into these places, get jobs going, get people out working. Bro, this is so sad, man.
Holding on the coal, it's going away. So what these areas doing to improve themselves, I don't know. But for right now, it's really bad. And kind of like the Appalachia area, it's not really getting any better. And the last of the 3 rural areas I'm going to mention is by far the worst one. And this is the Pine Ridge Reservation of the Lakota Sioux in southwestern South Dakota.
What did I say?
The level of poverty on the reservation is astonishing. It's almost unbelievable. I've driven through it a couple of times on my trips to Badlands now.
Yes, Pine Ridge is bad, and there's some in North Dakota that are just about as bad. Huge alcohol and drug problem, but yes, Pine Ridge is dealing bad with meth, alcohol, and other shit. I've seen a lot of it, but they get hit hard because the government was pissed at them. They're the last Indian uprising, and it happened in my lifetime. So yes, the Pine Ridge Lakota Sioux are not on the top of the government's lists of people they like, because that created a whole big shit, especially with the Leonard Peltier thing. Because that's what started it, was Leonard Peltier being pulled off the reservation by the FBI when they had no right to be on Indian land.
National Park and some
Not
of the
saying,
areas in southwestern South Dakota, and
but
you just can't believe you're in the U.S. when you see some of this stuff. You see people living in burned out buses, old RVs, houses made from pallets. I mean, half the time you can't tell if somebody actually lives there until you see an electric meter on the side of this burned out bus with the dials turning. So it's crazy that people live in these kind of conditions.
Oh my God.
And again, it's kind of embarrassing that this is the U.S. and these are the indigenous population.
I wouldn't call it embarrassing, man. I don't think that's the right word to use there. I don't think that's a very nice word to use.
No, it's embarrassing by the whites that we allowed this to happen and will let this happen.
All they can, but holy shit.
That's why we're embarrassed, hon.
Right? This guy's doing a great job.
Yes, but unfortunately, South Dakota's winters, especially over where the Pine Ridge Reservation is, they're gonna freeze their fucking ass off in there, no matter how much they do, because you need way, way more. And one good tornado and that thing's long gone.
Bus with the dials turning, so
or even a microburst.
Kind of condition. And again, it's kind of embarrassing that this is the U.S. and these are the indigenous population, and they're living in some of these horrible conditions. But as bad as the native population has been treated through the years, this is the absolute worst reservation in the country.
It isn't these people's fault, though, is it? It's just where they've been brought up, and there's just no opportunity in the area that they've been brought up in.
A lot of it.
To maybe leave,
Yes.
no opportunity for jobs, and so no opportunity to make money or leave. So what the fuck do you
Yes,
do?
it's a giant, ugly
Kinda like you
circle.
have the painkiller problem in the Appalachia region. You have an alcoholism problem on the reservation. And of course, people make the jokes about the drunk Indian kind of stuff, but it really is sad. I mean, you see people just staggering around, people just passed out in front of a building. And you drive through some of these towns, and it's like, is this a movie set? Is this really what this place is like? And it isn't all entirely like that, but most of it is. And the better parts of the reservation would still be extremely poor for most of the country. And the last two that I'm going to mention are on this list because of how strange they are. I don't mean strange in a good way, like Santa Cruz, California, Burlington, Vermont, or Key West, Florida. I mean strange in a bad way. The first are the twin cities of Hilldale, Utah, and Colorado City, Arizona. This is basically one town that straddles the state line. And this is the area that's well known for being the home of the fundamentalist wing of the Mormon Church. The best word I can think of to describe these two towns is creepy. And I've been there a few times. The first time was about 15 years ago or so, before the cult leader Warren Jeffs was arrested. The second time was not long after he was arrested. And the third time was just a couple years ago, several years after he was arrested.
Okay. I got a feeling Adam doesn't realize that those top four across the thing, or most of these women, are his wives. Yes. His wives.
So I've gotten to see how much the town has changed.
Why do they all look... I know this is obviously a really stupid question. They all look identical, man. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Holy hell, man, your balls are working. Woo! But there's a weird story about this guy. I don't know
Yeah.
why he said that.
After he was arrested, so I've gotten to see how much the town has changed.
Why was he
and
arrested?
how much it hasn't changed. It's hard to say for sure, but I would estimate about 75% of the population there are members of the FLDS church, and it's really easy to point them out because they all look the same, they all dress the same, and they all have the same hairstyle. And I'm not trying to be joking around here, but they're also kind of inbred. There's such a small number of people that are part of this church, and they're only getting with each other. The gene pool just isn't that large. So a lot of those people just kind of have the same facial features, and they all look the same, so it's just, again, really creepy. But for the longest time, it wasn't just creepy, it was also scary because the city was officially a fundamentalist city. The mayor, the city council, and most frighteningly, the police were all part of this cult. And there were many, many stories of people that were not members of the church being harassed by the police, arrested for no reason, evicted from their homes. And the worst story I ever heard was one where the police rounded up all the dogs of the non-FLDS members and killed them en masse. And if you're a non-FLDS member living there, who are you going to complain to? The police, the mayor? Obviously not. They're the problem.
Yeah, they are part of it.
And the state of Utah has always said we don't condone these polygamy cults, but they've also always looked the other way because this, of course, was known to be going on for the longest time in these cities, but the state did absolutely nothing about it. And it wasn't until some young girls came out and said that Warren Jeffs raped them that the state finally had to do something about it. So he was arrested, tried, and convicted, and he's now currently in prison. But things didn't stop. He was still running the cult, still running the town from prison. I think his brother was acting as the liaison for him, and things didn't change at all for several years, even after he was arrested. In the past few years, the police have been broken up. There's a new mayor, there are real elections.
Good.
But the last time I was there, it still had that kind of creepy feel to it. So I'm sure it's gotten better, but it still didn't seem quite right. And a lot of the folks from the FLDS church have moved. They're starting to go to other places, trying to take over other towns. But I think things have probably certainly improved for the non-FLDS members.
I've never heard of that in my life.
It's still really creepy there. And I know I said at the beginning,
Give you the
this isn't
shivers?
trying to be a funny video, but this last one is kind of funny just because of how ridiculous it is.
Oh, no.
And that's Bombay Beach, California. It is a beach, but it isn't along the ocean. It's along the Salton Sea in the southeastern corner of the state, out in the middle of the desert.
Wait.
It's below sea level. It's the lowest community in the U.S.
Wait, there's water there?
It's just truly, truly awful, but also really, really strange. The Salton Sea isn't supposed to exist. It's there because of a levee that broke and the water just kept running down and just formed this lake. So when it first happened, it was like, oh, great, there's this oasis in the desert. We're going to form these beach resort towns, and Bombay Beach was one of them. So at one point, it was kind of a place to go.
Now, can I just say something? This has obviously been here for a long time, man. Like a sofa, couch buried up at the armrest, that ain't gonna happen overnight, man. We could have took this seat away the entire time, cleaned up the beach. Hell no. That's probably been there for years, man. Years. Now, this is gonna be dug up in about 1,000,000 years. Someone's gonna find this in about 1,000,000 years and dig it up and be like, the fuck?
Hang out, get a burger, get a few beers, but it is nothing like that anymore.
Oh, dear.
But as the resort aspect of it went away, the water was getting more and more polluted. People weren't going there anymore, so people were moving out of the town. So it kind of has a ghost town feel through a lot of it. There's empty shells of buildings.
Christ.
There's just random cars here and there. There's furniture and appliances all over the place. There are pianos, just stuff that when people left, they didn't take with them.
I know it's really sad to see this, but it's very photogenic. You could just use this town to go and take, you know, aesthetically pleasing photographs. Look, that looks like an album cover right now. That could be an album cover. Tell me I'm wrong.
A lot of the folks.
He's right.
That's an album cover. That's one too. That's definitely an album cover. You know what it's called? We're Going Down. Sinking. There you go.
It's just so absurd. There's nowhere else like it in the country. And it's almost like the people that live there revel in the absurdity. They love it. This isn't the same as these poverty-stricken areas in these other parts of the country.
The hills have eyes. Okay. What does that mean? Isn't that the wee creepy people up in the hills?
I mean, these are not rich people, but they want to be there. These are just really weird people.
That's
on
a fucking
the fringe
awesome
of society.
photo.
And if you're on the fringe of society, there can't be many better places to go than Bombay Beach.
Now, I'm convinced this place is just used for photographs, man. Because there's no way that's done for no reason, man. That's an album cover again, bro. It's an awesome looking car as well. I love that. There's no way this place is not used for photos.
And if you're on the fringe of society, there can't be many better places to go than Bombay Beach. But what about the beach itself? Is it nice? No. It is like the most awful beach you'll ever go to. It looks nice and white. You walk out there, and it's not sand. It's all dead fish, scales, fish bones. It's horrible. The water is so polluted that it can't even sustain any life. So these fish just wash up, and you can imagine how that smells.
What the fuck?
And as awful as it smells, there is someone that's going to love it. Your dog. I was there with my dog, and he was having a time of his life. His nose was up in the air.
Gross.
He was like, wow, these are the greatest smells ever. He loved it. But no matter how much your dog will love it, you will hate the smell. You better not add it.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what, I don't even know what to say, man. If that video doesn't make you appreciate where you are right now, I don't think anything ever will. I feel like that's probably a good message we could take away from today's video. Watching through that, all those really sad places, I feel like the best thing you can take from that, because you can't take much, is just appreciate where you are right now. If you're sitting at home with the electricity, you got running water, you can go and make yourself a sandwich if you need to, or shower, take a bath, do whatever you want to do. If you can do all those things with a roof over your head, warm, clothed, you're doing all right. Thank you for watching today, ladies and gents. I appreciate your time. Goodbye.
We upload 3 or 4 times every week. So that's
Okay. So that was Adam Kauser talking about the 8 worst places in the United States. They generally got a good share, but there are some worse, I know. Or at least some just as bad. And yeah, the crazy part is each one, if you go back in history, you can basically figure out the uniqueness of why these places were, I guess, left behind. I don't know what else to call it. They were just left in the dust or allowed to die out. But it's almost always has something to do with money and power, in case anyone...
of interest to you.
Holy schmoly. That is loud. Okay. I can't because Wake and Bake has not pulled them out for me and I don't know how to do it. But I will put them on next time tomorrow. I have a stream tomorrow again from 4 to 9. I will make sure they're on there tomorrow, no matter what. Because I do save all of that. I'm just kind of an idiot. It's been such a crazy week. I didn't have a chance to pull out, so I'm just using what I already had pre-up today. But tomorrow I will take a little extra time in the morning and make sure that that is put in there for you. Because yes, I do want to look at all of them. Okay. Since I'm on weird and creepy and depressing, I don't know if weird, creepy, and depressing is what you can usually call Mr. Fallon, but it's usually his stories are unusual. And I want to go into one of his today because it says this man died 37 times, and they're talking about historical legends. Who in the hell dies 37 times? That's what I want to know. And it's just a short 20 minutes, but yeah, that one just blew my mind. I mean, I literally, my brother's best friend growing up was a magnet for accidents. This kid had been in so many life-threatening accidents before he was even 20 years old that it's amazing he is still with us. And yet, I totally get it, where some people just have the luck. But 37 times? Man, I mean, he outdoes a few cats at that stage, and I'm talking a few.
Please remove all of the trash bags from inside all of the like button's trash can, and then proceed to throw away various perishable saucy food items. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's story. Born in South Texas in 1935, Roy Benavidez was orphaned as a young child and sent to live with his uncle. As a young teen, he had to drop out of school to work in the beet and cotton fields just to help support his family. When he turned 18, he decided he wanted to get away from his hometown and do something bigger with his life, and so he enlisted in the Army, and shortly after that, he went to airborne school and then was assigned to the very famous 82nd Airborne Division. In October of 1964, Roy was a part of the first 125,000 Americans sent to Vietnam. While on a classified operation that required Roy to dress up as an enemy combatant, he stepped on a landmine in the middle of the jungle and nobody else was with him, so he's totally stranded. But fortunately, a squad of US Marines came upon him, but from what he was wearing, they assumed he was an enemy soldier, and so they almost walked past him, but someone thought to just flip him over and see who he was, and they discovered he was American, and he had American dog tags on. And so he was evacuated from Vietnam and sent to an American hospital, and there, a doctor would tell him that he had a serious spinal injury and that it was unlikely he would ever walk again. And Roy's first reaction was, please don't discharge me from the Army. Because for Roy, the Army was his life. It was all he had. He was incredibly proud of it. And he desperately wanted to go back to Vietnam. And so he pleaded with the doctors and the nurses, please let me have some time to try to regain my strength in my legs so that I don't get medically discharged. And so they said, look, you're gonna get medically retired if you aren't walking within the year. And so every night when his doctors and nurses would leave, he would fall out of his bed and then drag himself across the ground to the wall, and then he'd pull himself up and try to put weight on his legs and attempt to build strength back up and retrain himself how to walk. And after 6 months of doing this every night, he did literally reteach himself how to walk. He built up strength in his legs, and his doctors and nurses, they're watching this transformation during the day, but they're not seeing him at night. And they're telling him, this is a miracle. We've never seen this before. We've never seen someone recover so quickly. And Roy just stayed quiet because he wanted to make sure he was allowed to keep doing that every night. And so finally, after those 6 months, his doctors and nurses agreed that, yep, he's good. He can stay in the Army. But the Army said they wanted him to take a desk job because he had already been so badly wounded in combat. And Roy didn't want that. He pleaded with them to let him go back to the 82nd, but they said, no, we're not going to risk you getting hurt again. And so he was sent to North Carolina for his desk job, and as soon as he got there, he began training like a maniac every minute of every day, trying to get in the best shape of his life, because his plan in his head was once he got there, he would try out for Special Forces. He would try to become an Army Green Beret, which is the premier combat unit in the Army. It's one of the hardest ones to get into, and their training program is in North Carolina. And so after a few months, he was in amazing shape, and he asked his superiors, can I go try out to be a Green Beret? And they're like, I can't believe you're even walking, but you know what? You've come this far, you can go try out. And just a couple of months later, Roy Benavidez was a Green Beret. A year later, in 1968, so 4 years after Roy was nearly killed by that landmine, he was sent back to Vietnam for his...
Okay, I actually, do know the name of that guy. I didn't realize he had died 37 times. Fat Electrician Nick did a video on Raven. I can't say the last name. Forgive me. But yeah, he did one on this guy.
And as soon as he got there, the fighting was very intense. On May 2nd of that year, Roy had a day off, and he was spending his day off at a church service inside of their wooden shack they had built on their base. And while he was in there listening to the chaplain, he heard a radio call come out from the communications table that was just outside of the shack he was in, and it sounded like someone was in trouble. And so he ran outside to listen to the radio, and what he heard was this very desperate call from someone yelling into the radio, get us out of here. And in the background of this radio call is just a constant barrage of gunfire. The call for help came from a 12-man Army Special Forces team that had been ambushed by an entire North Vietnamese Army infantry battalion. To put that in perspective, that is 12 Special Forces members, of which many of them Roy knew personally, in the middle of the jungle, where on all four sides there are over 1,000 enemy combatants. As Roy is hearing this distressing transmission come across the radio, he hears overhead the sound of incoming helicopters. And he looks and he sees there's 3 birds that are coming towards their base. And so he runs over to the landing zone to greet the helicopters as they come in. And he can see as they're landing, they are all completely covered in bullet holes. And as soon as they touch down, Roy runs up to one of the door gunners, which is this 19-year-old kid, and he looks kind of dazed. And Roy asks him, what's going on? Where'd you guys just come from? Were you out there at that ambush site? Do you know what's going on with that 12-man team? And the door gunner just collapses into Roy's arms and dies. He had been shot up. These 3 helicopters had attempted previously to fly into the jungle and save that 12-man team, but they had been shot off and had been unsuccessful. Roy helped get the dead door gunner out of the helo, and then he turned to the pilot of this helo where the door gunner was, and he asked him, are you going to go back out there and try to save those guys? And the pilot was obviously so distraught about the death of his door gunner, and also the fact that there are 12 men out there that they could not rescue, that he's chomping at the bit. He wants to go back out there. And Roy immediately volunteers, hops in the helo.
Yeah, actually, I will do some music reactions eventually.
But Roy was so eager to
They're just, a lot of them are such a pain because of the copyright bullshit. So I have to go to the right ones.
Towards the ambush site, which was in Cambodia. There was this really dense stretch of jungle, and as they got closer and closer, gunfire started coming out of the jungle towards the helicopter. And so the pilot had to do this kind of constant zigzagging just to avoid getting shot down. And so as they're zigzagging, they notice there's some smoke coming out of the jungle, and it was very clear that this 12-man team is trying to signal to the helo, here we are, come get us, because they can hear the helicopters coming in. And so the pilot tried to fly down and get as close as he could, but anytime he got even marginally close to this team, the rate of fire would pick up so dramatically that the helo was just about to get shot down. And so the pilot began to turn away, and he told Roy, we can't get any closer, we're gonna have to get more people in here. And Roy just tells him, no, get as low as you can, and I will jump out into the jungle. And the pilot turns to him and he's like, you can't do that, you're gonna get killed. And Roy somehow convinces this pilot that he alone, without a gun, is totally competent. Just put me down in that jungle and everything's gonna be just fine. And so the pilot said, okay, and he lowered right over the canopy of this jungle, about 100 yards away from where this 12-man team is trapped. And without any hesitation, Roy just leaps off the helicopter into the jungle. Now, you got to understand that where he was jumping was where the enemy was. He was literally jumping, no parachute, no gun.
Yeah, that's half the problem. I stream on both YouTube and Twitch simultaneously. So sometimes my YouTube stuff will get pulled. Sometimes they'll just give me a little note saying, you had copyrighted stuff, so it's been silenced. So far, I haven't gotten any nasty tickies, but that's basically because I'm not monetized. I haven't made enough followers and stuff that stay on chat with me long enough that I have reached my goals where I'd actually get anyone who would monetize me.
No anything, just crashing through the canopy onto the jungle floor where he'll definitely be surrounded by enemy combatants. And so he plummets through the canopy, he smashes onto the ground, he pops up and just starts running through the jungle with enemies on either side of him towards the 12-man down team. And the enemy was so surprised to just see this American running through the middle of the jungle by himself with no weapon that they hesitated for a minute and they didn't open fire on him. But when they did open fire, Roy got shot in the face, in the back of the head, in the leg. They threw a grenade that detonated at his back and sent shrapnel into him. But none of it stopped Roy. He just kept on running until he made it to this downed 12-man team. And when he got to them, they were in terrible shape. They were doing their best to stay behind some trees, but rounds were coming in from all directions, and 4 of them were already dead, and the others that were still alive were critically wounded. In fact, one of the most able-bodied of the surviving 12 had been shot in the head and was missing an eye and could barely see out of the other one, and so he's fighting to stay conscious, and he's generally trying to shoot in one direction, but I mean, that's their best guy at this point, to give you a state of how they were doing. But Roy ran up to this guy, he pulled him down, he gave him a shot of morphine in the arm, and he repositioned him because he couldn't really see, and told him where to shoot his gun. And then under a constant hail of bullets, Roy low-crawled to each of the other living team members and gave them morphine shots, and then began dragging each and every one of them away from the ambush site to this other area where there was better cover, and there was a nearby clearing that he believed a helicopter could land in if the pilot was really daring. On one of Roy's last trips back to the ambush site to get the last few surviving members, he saw 2 other men that were part of this team that had been totally cut off from the main group. And when Roy had jumped into the jungle and ran in, all his adrenaline had kicked up and he just hadn't done a head count. And so he didn't realize there were 2 other people over there. And so without any hesitation, he grabbed a gun off.
Yeah, I think part of the problem too is I was reacting to one video right about the same. The video I was reacting to was about vets in the United States and the lack of care they're getting and the numbers. And I believe it had part of it was copyright music, but I made a few statements in the wrong. I used the S word instead of unalived themselves and stuff, and I believe that is what got part of my problem. I forget that I have to use alternate words for some concepts. Just like those people who prefer children. I cannot, not supposed to use that word. But yeah, a lot of it is just verbal, and I have to try and figure out how to be more socially correct on some of these. Like I said, my 60-year-old mouth is going to say what it's going to say, and sometimes I forget that modern stupidity laws on their stuff here. I mean, I'm sorry, but unalive themselves and the S word is no different. Just having kids saying it the other way doesn't make it a different concept. But if I guess I ever want to get on this, I have to learn to start playing on their terms a little bit. And like I said, I'm still learning which ones they say okay to and which ones they tell me to get lost on. So
off of one of the dead enemy soldiers and just began running towards this down two-man team. And as he's running, he's shooting wildly in every direction, trying his best to suppress enemy fire, but it's really doing nothing. He's just dodging bullets as he's running. And right as he got close to the two-man team, a bullet went flying through his thigh, just clean through his thigh, and it didn't slow him down. He got to the two-man team totally unfazed, and he says, okay, get ready to move. He stands back up and he starts shooting again in both directions and tells them to crawl back to the main unit. And so he stands up and continues to shoot in both directions until these two men get back over to the main group. Once they were safely with the group, Roy again ran the gauntlet with this huge gaping hole in his thigh all the way back to the main group. And so now that Roy had a full head count of all of the living members of the downed 12-man team, and he had moved them all to this slightly safer area relatively with better cover and concealment, he threw a smoke grenade into the nearby clearing he had found in hopes that the helo pilot overhead would see the smoke and be willing to come down and land. The pilot that had dropped off Roy had not actually left the area. He had moved away from all the fighting, but he was loitering in case something like this happened. And so he saw the smoke, and without any hesitation, he flew right over, taking rounds the whole time, pinging off the side of his helicopter, and he touched down right in this tiny little clearing. And so as these semi-able-bodied surviving members of this unit began making their way over to the helicopter, Roy began running around a little ways off from the helicopter, picking up rifles off of the dead enemy and shooting back at the enemy, dropping that gun, running over, picking up another one, engaging the enemy over and over again, doing everything he can to try to protect the extract of his men behind him. And once Roy turned around and saw most of the men had made it onto the helicopter, Roy believed it was his chance now to run out and try to collect some of their dead teammates. And so Roy just takes off into the jungle, right into enemy fire. He's got two guns in his hands, and he's running, he's trying to engage the enemy as he's going, and then he comes across the first of his dead teammates, and it happens to be one of his very best friends, a man named Leroy Wright. And so he grabs Leroy and begins trying to haul him back towards the chopper, and as he's moving, Roy gets shot again, this time through his stomach. So he tries to keep himself on his feet, and as he's doing that, a grenade detonates behind him, sending more shrapnel into his body, knocking him unconscious. When he came to, he started looking around, and he could see in the tree line dozens of enemy soldiers running towards him. And so he knew if he tried to bring Leroy back to the chopper, that was a suicide mission. And so he had to leave his friend behind. He jumped up, and with all of these enemy combatants just constantly engaging him, he ran all the way back, zigging and zagging back to the main group. And when he got there, expecting to see the helicopter, he found the helicopter had actually crashed onto the ground and was on fire. It had been shot down while he was unconscious. And so he ran over to the flaming shell of this helicopter, and he saw the pilot had been killed, but some of the men that had climbed on, the men that he had just rescued, they had survived the crash and subsequent explosion. And so Roy just leaps into the burning vehicle and starts throwing these survivors out. Then he leapt back out, he picked up a gun, continued to engage the enemy, and then began picking up these wounded men and dragging them even farther away to another area that was safely away from this crash site. Because he knew if he didn't get all these people away from the crash site, pretty soon mortars are going to come raining down on this area, because their enemy is going to want to kill any of the people that are going to try to rescue the people that were on the helicopter. And so Roy finally gets all of the survivors over to this new area, and he's looking around, and he can see there are still hundreds of enemy fighters that are not that far away from them, just constantly engaging them. And Roy's doing his best to grab guns off the ground and shoot the enemy, but there's just too many of them. And he's looking around at his team, and everybody's on the brink of death. And so is Roy. He's just functioning on adrenaline at this point, and he thinks to himself, the only way we can get out of this is if we call in what's called a danger close airstrike. So what you need to understand about how airstrikes work in a combat zone is there's someone called a controller that is on the ground directing the aircraft overhead. They're the ones effectively telling the plane where to shoot. And so a danger close airstrike is when the controller tells the aircraft overhead, I want you to drop a bomb right here, giving them the grid coordinates, but where they're telling them to drop is basically in the same position where the controller is. And you'd only do it if you're being overrun. It's a way to ensure your enemy gets taken out, even if that means taking yourself out. Now, the goal of the controller is not to drop the bomb on themselves or their team. The goal of the controller is to get that airstrike as close as you can to your position without killing you. And so Roy, who's physically wrecked, he's getting shot at, he's got bullet holes all over him, it's totally chaotic. He pulls out his map, he calmly finds his grid coordinates, he calls it into the aircraft overhead, and he calls in a beautiful precision napalm strike It does not affect his team at all. He calls in multiple gun runs. None of them affect his team, despite them all being considered danger close airstrikes. And so Roy just continuously called in attack run after attack run, taking out enemy combatants all around them, completely suppressing the fire. But at some point, the aircraft overhead ran out of fuel and had to leave. And at that point, the surviving enemy combatants, which still numbered in the hundreds, they popped their heads up and they unleashed a hellacious volley of fire in which Roy again got shot clean through the leg. And so now Roy's looking around and he's realizing they're pretty much out of options. They don't have aircraft overhead. Roy's basically out of ammunition and there's no dead guys' guns around for him to grab. All of his team members are basically on the brink of death. And so Roy's thinking to himself, any minute now, we're going to get overrun. And so he crawls to each of his surviving teammates and he gives them one last shot of morphine to at least make their death painless. And then at the 11th hour, another helo comes blazing into the jungle and opens fire on the enemy, pushing them back. Roy is immediately invigorated and motivated because now he sees an opportunity to potentially survive this. And so once again, he grabs his teammates and begins schlepping them over to the helicopter. And after he believed he got the last of them on board, he turned and saw two of his teammates had fallen down farther back in the jungle and the enemy was closing in on them. And so Roy, like always, without any hesitation, starts running towards them. And as he's just about to reach them, an enemy soldier that had apparently run...
But oh well, that gives me, believe it or not, it's considered a view for a second, so I'll give it to him. They usually only play once anyway.
And smashes his face, breaking his jaw. And then the soldier turns his rifle around. There's a bayonet on the front side. And he begins impaling Roy over and over again. And Roy, like out of a movie, grabbed the rifle, pulled it out of himself, threw the soldier on the ground, jumped up, got on top of him, drew his Bowie knife, and proceeded to kill this soldier. And after he was done with that, he ran over to the two down men. He grabbed one of them with his left hand. He picked up a rifle with the other. And as he's dragging this guy back to the chopper, he shoots and kills two more enemy combatants. So he finally gets this guy back to the chopper. He runs back, gets the last guy, throws him back in the helicopter.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they were nice enough to follow me. I didn't look, but yeah, that's how I'm looking at it. If they follow me or something, at least I get something out of it.
Inside of his stomach. And so when they finally landed back at base and Roy was hauled off of this helicopter, he wasn't moving.
I'll take him until I start building up a good following of my own.
He had 37 significant holes in his body from gunshot wounds, from bayonet wounds, from shrapnel. And so they started trying to treat him, but there was no heartbeat, no pulse. And so they declared...
Feel free also to put your link to your stuff on YouTube on here at least once, so I can check it out. I like to reciprocate. And if you let me know or you put your streamer name on there or something so I can go on and follow back and check out your stuff.
And so they took him out of the body bag and they shipped him to Japan for intensive surgery, and then he was transferred to Texas where he spent a year rehabbing from his severe injuries. Roy was immediately given the Distinguished Service Cross and was put in for the Congressional Medal of Honor, which is the U.S. military's highest award for valor. But the paperwork took a really long time, and so Roy was not actually given the Congressional Medal of Honor until 1981. Of the 12 men that were trapped in that jungle,
I am not against returning the favor, dude. If you like my content, I don't have a problem with following you and checking out yours too. We gotta help each other out here a little bit.
A lot of people call me a hero. I appreciate the title. But the real heroes are the
Thank you. And like I said, ignore StreamBot. I asked for it, so...
Roy passed away in 1998 as a result of complications from diabetes. He was 63 years old. So that's going to do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's episode...
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I will pull them up afterwards, or actually probably in the morning.
The comment section.
Mr. Ballin, thank you very much. I did, like I said, hear about Ray Benedito before, and this was also a little cool extra because it gave me a little more on that one particular battle he was talking about. But yeah, Chunky, I believe that us newbies into this, or people that aren't huge into it, need to kind of help each other out as much as possible. So if I get the chance to help you out once in a while and watch your stuff, I'm Okay. Okay. Well, actually, I'm working on it, but like I said, I have a nice thing my son set up for me so that for the next, how do you get, for at least until I got comfortable working on the platforms that I didn't have to worry about messing things up because I don't know why. I know this sounds absolutely crazy. I play video games and stuff. I'm not completely computer stupid. But for some reason, computers hate me. And if I try to go off my main thing, I will probably lose my Twitch stream because it'll disappear for the day. I know that sounds crazy. I know it sounds weird, but I do a lot of the stupid phone games, you know, just the mindless ones at night to kill. But I've played God of War. That's probably the most up-to-date console game I've played. Most of the time, I was a Diablo person. I absolutely loved the Diablo games, but not when you played online against other people. Now I do a lot of the stupid Google Play games and stuff like that on my phone just because I don't get enough time to just sit down and game out like you need to do on some of the better games. Back in the day, of course, you know, we all did the Marios. I had Mario 3 down pat. Like I said, I started with original Nintendo and worked my way up through the gaming systems. But as they started adding more and more buttons, all I did was just start button mashing to make things happen, and it just started pissing off my sons when I try to play against them. I know. It's really weird.
January 30th.
Okay. I went over to Dark Docks at the moment. The event that forced America to get serious about war, and I'm not sure which war or when, but I desperately need a cigarette. So I figured I'd get this started. It's about 24 minutes, and I'm going to disappear for about 5 to 7 minutes for a smoke break. If you need to stop and do what you want to do, I'm just going to let it run because we've had a lot of events that have forced us to get serious about war. And okay, at least they're talking about World War II because it's 1943. Because come on, America's been in war since we came to America.
German panzers crashed into the French positions high in the Tunisian mountains. The French.
Yep, I'm thinking that's where we are. I will be right back.
The radio crackled with frantic calls for help. But the Americans were late. Their command was a mess. The French were left hanging, the lines buckling under the weight of the German assault. Then, at last, the U.S. 1st Armored Division rumbled into the fray, M3 Lee tanks tearing across the landscape. Relief surged through the ranks of the battered French troops. The Americans hit the German tanks hard. The enemy looked like it was faltering. This was the Americans' first taste of the mighty Wehrmacht. They thought they had them beat. But then, a flash of fire. Out of the hills emerged a screen of German Pak-40 anti-tank guns, dozens of them, opening up in a coordinated barrage. It was a trap, and there was no way out. A tank's world. In early December of 1943, the German 10th Panzer Division had rolled into Tunisia, its heavy tanks, particularly the new Tiger I, ready to form the core of the 5th Panzer Army. American anti-tank units in North Africa were ill-prepared, powerless against the might of the German machines. The M3 75mm GMC, mounted on a half-track, lacked the firepower to penetrate the thick armor of the Panzer IV and Tiger. The M1 57mm anti-tank gun was more effective against lighter tanks like the Panzer III, but still no match for the Axis heavy armor. The German Panzer IV, with its 75mm KWK-40 gun, could destroy American tanks at long range, while the Tiger I, with its 88mm gun and 110mm frontal armor, was nearly impervious. What's more, Panzers ran on fire-resistant diesel, while US armor ran on flammable gas, a fatally devastating distinction. For the Axis, the battle for Tunisia was part of a broader struggle. The disaster at Stalingrad drained resources, forcing the German High Command to pour reinforcements into the Eastern Front. But transports still made it through, and by January, the Axis had 74,000 German and 26,000 Italian soldiers in Tunisia. Meanwhile, the Allies faced their own logistical nightmare on the road to Tunisia. The supply ports in Algeria were hundreds of kilometers away. Long supply lines were constantly under threat from Luftwaffe attacks. Muddy roads and mechanical breakdowns further delayed reinforcements. With logistics stretched thin, the Allies were vulnerable. To plug the gap, French colonial units were hastily mobilized into the 19th Corps under General Eisenhower's command. Their equipment was outdated, meant for colonial defense, not modern warfare. By mid-December, the front was a patchwork. The British 5th Corps, bolstered by the 78th Infantry Division and parts of the 6th Armored Division, was positioned in the north. To the south, the French and American forces, including the 1st U.S. Armored Corps, held a tenuous line. The Allies struggled to coordinate their efforts, often reinforcing each other to form small attacking parties. The command structure was a hodgepodge, formerly under British command, but with Eisenhower effectively in charge of the American and French forces. By Christmas, the Allies' push toward Tunis had faltered, their attack halting in the face of harsh weather and overstretched forces. The front remained static, the Allies unable to seize the initiative. Faid Pass. On January 30th, Rommel unleashed a brutal assault on Faid Pass, held by French forces. Two battle groups from the 21st Panzer Division, fresh from Libya.
I was gonna say, we're down in Africa, huh?
French positions with relentless fire, taking heavy casualties but pushing forward. Meanwhile, American reinforcements arrived, but it was almost too late. This was the first time in the war that American forces faced the full might of the Wehrmacht. Until then, the Americans had only fought Vichy French forces, poorly trained, poorly equipped, and reluctant to fight. The 1st Armored Division, with their M3 Lee tanks, initially seemed to hold their own. One lieutenant, fresh out of ROTC, recalled, quote, "We were very sure of ourselves. Too sure. Nothing could stop us. We knew everything about how to smash the Nazis." But that confidence would quickly crumble. As the Germans revealed a coordinated screen of well-entrenched anti-tank guns, they tore into the American counterattack.
Yes, unfortunately, they were good at bombing.
Right into the muzzles of the concealed 88s, and all I could do was stand by and watch tank after tank blow.
You are very right about that. I can't say it was good that Germany bombed England in the Blitzkrieg, but they definitely knew how to run those bombing raids. I used to work in a nursing home, and my husband still does, and I actually have a chair that was given to me by a woman. It was the only chair she brought back. She grew up in only thing she brought with her from England. But she grew up as the oldest girl in her family, remembering having to run to, when the sirens went off, having to run to the underground shelters that the UK had built up. Or I guess back then, I guess it was just England, not UK in general, sorry. But yeah, she was saying that, yeah, it was a common thing where you always were scared. She said, but it became so almost routine. Yeah, I mean, it's a great tag, and even we use it. We used it too. We do like we did it ourselves in the Pacific. We'd go through and bomb the shit out of the islands and then send in the troops and the tanks and the whatnot. Just put my finger in my cupcake. You can always tell when you got a good buzz when you forget where you set your cupcake and then put your hand on it. Yeah, like right here, they're talking about how they did it. Watch by and watch tank after tank blown to bits or burst in flames and stuff.
Burst into flames, or just stop, wrecked. Those
Yeah,
in the rear tried to turn back, but the
I know we talk about, I mean, when we think of the war, mostly we think about the European theater, we think about the Pacific theater, but Africa had one hell of a war going on. I mean, we talk about Europe and Italy and all of that, but really Africa had a massive war. Yeah, isn't it the truth? We get so good at war that we keep coming up with bigger, better ways to kill to the point where we have to ban some of them. And some of the most destructive tactics at work. Yeah, and I try not, I a lot of times don't want to get super political, but what we talk about all the war crimes, but here in the United States, we were creating war crimes too. What we did to the Nisei was absolutely uncalled for, and I honestly believe we are starting it all over again. It's just that we are the aggressors and we are the Nazis. And as far as Canada, I mean, I swear to God, Canadians, or maybe I should say Nick the electrician, stole the saying, it's not a war crime the first time, from the Canadians. And yes, Japan did a lot of torture. I'm not saying we were perfect, but I would hope that our Japanese prisoners were treated a hell of a lot better than the Japanese treated our prisoners. Plain and simple. And only be from a human standpoint. Not that I wanted us, but I would like to believe we were stood at a higher standard. I don't know that we did. Not all of it comes out, but I want to think that we really, hopefully, did a little bit better after the war, or after the Civil War, for, I won't say making them comfortable, because I mean, I know there are cases they weren't treated well, but they were not usually, what do I want to say, tortured on purpose. Like I watched one show on a boat. It was a actual, one of the liners, the ocean liners, that is a museum now. It's supposedly haunted, and that is because down in the very bottom in the hold there next to the furnaces, they kept German and Japanese prisoners that they were hauling over to the United States. Many of them died down there. So we were not perfect. Yeah, we're having more and more gray area on the good and bad guys. Yes, I believe that too. I don't think we are always the righteous knights riding it, the white armor knights anymore. We may have been to start with when we went into World War I and World War II, but I think there's a lot of cases after that we did not do it. I mean, maybe South Korea would change my mind. They might have a different incentive. But from Vietnam on, the politics were so murky that it's hard to say. And so much more of it now is straight up greed. We're fighting those Middle East countries straight up because we want to make sure we keep getting their oil. Come on. I'm not being retarded when I say that. I live in North Dakota. And I know that we have this huge reservoir of oil. And below that reservoir of oil, even deeper, is another, even bigger reservoir of oil. The Bakken Fields. But getting that lesser quality oil out of that ground, because you're trying to take it out of fucking granite, not out of sand, is next to impossible. And it is incredibly freaking expensive. So every time they open up the oil fields in the Dakotas, expect your gas prices to go up. Plain and simple. Oil is not as good. It takes more refining, and it also is harder to get out of the ground, so it costs more than it does to import. It's not that we're trying to hang on to it. It takes too much to get it out. Even with the modern equipment, the prices are ridiculous, and the oilmen ain't giving it away cheap. Come on, when these guys are out there when they make their money on that field, they don't give a shit about those of us. The costs go on to us. They're taking the profits. And at the same time, while they are reaping these profits out of there and pulling it up, are also destroying, literally polluting huge areas of what was viable farmland. You know, at a time when we have a much bigger population and need more crops. And then we have Trump raising tariffs when we're having trouble trying to do that. I mean, there's just... the Russian-Ukraine war, I have a really tough time with that. I'm trying to be on Ukraine's side straight because Russia's the one that came straight in and attacked Ukraine first. That is without question. And I know Russia wants to expand and take what the Ukraine has. It's just natural. That's why they expanded the first time. Is Russia itself does not have the resources it needs. It needed to expand out to actually take care of its people. And in some cases, they've done good. I don't want to hate on everything the Russians have done, because I have watched a couple things where they were quite happy with the Russian society after it turned democratic. They became much poorer. Their people did. There's a town that just absolutely enjoys it's I don't even know where it is, but it's a small town somewhere over there that was part of the USSR, but when it fell, they became their own place. And it's the one little area, it's like truly communist in what communism in its purest form should be. I know that's weird, but it's one of the few places in the world where they took the Russian communism that they were stuck with and worked it out so that it helped everyone in the way it was supposed to. So the whole town is working comfortable and happy. And so it can be done, but Russia does not have the political leaders to trust to do it the way it's supposed to be done. So, and yeah, as far as the other ones, yeah, it's very much the same thing. We're all trying to keep what we want on our borders, and that pushes against what that other country on our border wants, and it doesn't turn out to a good thing most of the time. Why again, human nature, we just can't get along. God forbid we did trade, right?
As daylight faded, the 21st Panzer Division seized Faid Pass. The French and Americans, overwhelmed, retreated. It was a crushing defeat for the Allies, and another key victory for the Wehrmacht. Rommel, knowing the British Eighth Army couldn't advance for weeks, devised a bold plan. He aimed to strike the American position in the south. Rommel's strategy relied on mobile units, including Italian forces, to break through the American lines, destroy the vital supply depot at Tebessa, then swing southward toward Tala to flank the British Fifth Corps. Though lacking the strength to encircle the British, Rommel hoped exposing their flank would force a retreat back to Algeria. Spring breeze. The early morning of February 14th brought a thick sandstorm, masking...
Yeah, see, that's the problem. Anytime money is involved, as far as that aid went, I mean, if they had tanks and equipment, you see where it goes. If it gets shot down, you know it's down. But when it comes to the money, who gets what? What goes to the actual troops and to them? And what's getting pocketed by go-betweens? Because in every spot, even in the United States, there's them go-betweens between the military and the private sector that seem to make most of the money. Am I crazy? I don't know. And I have to kind of quit staring down at my phone and actually look up at the camera when I'm talking. I notice that's a bad habit I have. But yeah, money creates corruption and greed and ways for it to be misappropriated. And it may not have nothing to do with their military or their leader, just some go-betweens. And it could be our go-between and their go-between that made most of the money. Yeah, I mean, we're learning things from that war. They're using technology that we just were starting to use, and it really changes things. And I do believe that drone warfare is going to be part of the future. I have to kind of giggle because, or maybe not giggle, but reflect when I would say 40 years ago, a friend of mine's was in the military. He's in the Air Force. And he could not tell me what his job was. And he said, the closest I can tell you is it's like playing video games. I play video games for the Army. But I honestly don't believe he was playing video games. I'm sure they were doing the first work on drones and everything like that. And, you know, I mean, I can't believe it'd be anything else, that they were probably practicing with those first early, because back then they were just starting to get all the remote control, not drones like we have now, but you know, one of these guys have done it. That this was all part of all. I mean, it stacks on itself. I honestly believe that if they put out a video game on how to save the world's economy or how to save this or that and put it on a worldwide video game, would probably have the best luck. Because you'd have the whole world of people working on it and you pick the best solution. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it was 40 years ago, so that was a long time in the past. All the technology is upgraded since then, and what the military had compared to what was out in for public use, like I said, the remote control little helicopters and stuff, they were just starting to get cool, and those remote control planes. Now you got this whole era of cool stuff that can be privately bought. And we know that whatever can be privately bought is only half as good as what the military creates.
The advance of the 10th Panzer Division as they launched Operation Spring Breeze.
Or maybe I should say it's a 10th,
Pass. Their tanks
blinged out.
Swiftly cutting through isolated positions held by the 168th Regiment of the 34th Infantry Division. The Americans were about to be caught off guard. Major General Lloyd Friedendahl, notorious for commanding from afar, failed to position his forces properly, leaving them scattered and vulnerable. For weeks prior, he had 200 engineers building a bomb-proof bunker for his command post, over 70 miles from the front. General Omar Bradley later said Friedendahl's regard for his own safety was, quote, an embarrassment for every American soldier.
Yeah.
This disarray allowed German tanks to exploit gaps in American defenses, overrunning key positions with minimal resistance. The 21st Panzer Division.
Yeah, that was probably a general hoping to get through the war so he could become a senator, governor. You know, there was a lot of that shit going on too. I don't believe any super good commander should be hiding out in the back in a bunker. Especially if you have a whole fucking bunker made for you while your troops are out there getting decimated. That's not a leader. That is a piece of shit.
Emerged from the south, tearing into unprepared American troops. German 88mm guns thundered as Tiger tanks destroyed American tanks attempting to counterattack. Their armor was useless against the powerful cannons. Friedendahl's remote command only worsened matters. As one historian put it, quote, Friedendahl's static, strung-out defensive tactics was straight out of World War I and ignored the speed and mobility of modern armor. Delayed decisions and poor coordination left vital points like Sidi Bouzid and Kasserine Pass barely defended, paving the way for the Germans to crush the American position. The Luftwaffe dominated the skies.
Yeah, I tried to stay...
which took us dive bomber.
I will admit, Chunky, this last week, I have been stressed out and frustrated in general. What's going on in LA and everything. I have tried to stay off the news as much as possible. I know it sounds terrible, but for my own peace of mind, I needed a week where I wasn't seeing what's going on so that I wasn't so stressed out. I don't know. I mean, I swear to God, I could not be a rich person because any money, I want to help everyone and everything. Well, same here. I mean, I don't watch a normal news channel. I usually do watch, actually I watch Midas Touch a lot to get what little bit I can on politics, and I do a few other general channels to get just some headlines. I don't try to dive into it, and then I cut the intensity of what the headline says in half because, you know, every one of them are sensational. They want to make sure you click on their site to read it, so it's all clickbait for half of it. So I do try to get ones that I trust. Honestly, I've gotten to the point where I go over to European news other European stations and whatnot to get news on the war and stuff because they seem to be more open. I don't know what to call it. They're not as biased. Maybe they're not as repressed. I don't know what it is, but I seem to like the other. Actually, like the French news station. It just sucks because then I have to read subtitles because it doesn't come in English on that one. But there's actually a French news station that I think does a really good job of doing their world news coverage because it's as close as I've ever seen to just saying, hey, this happened. Not, well, why do you think this happened? Well, it's because of this and because of that, and this is, you know, they're just saying, hey, this happened over here today. They're reporting the news. They're not giving a whole bio on it. So, I guess that's what I like about it. Their world news is very general and very unbiased because all they're doing is basically saying, hey, this happened over here. Don't know that much about it, but this is what happened. You know, and they just report on the few facts they have. I don't even know which French news station it is because I can't read it. I can't read the name. I know it sounds stupid, and that's one of the things that doesn't freaking transfer when I do the translation ad or subtitles. But I'm never going to get this video done if I don't start letting it run, huh?
While American P-40s were outmatched, and British Spitfires rarely appeared. By afternoon, Sidi Bouzid was overrun. Operation Spring Breeze was a success. American forces, stunned and disorganized, began a hasty retreat towards Sabatla. An army en route. With only a single tank and one infantry battalion, the American counterattack on February 15th was quickly surrounded. The Germans closed in, methodically dismantling their positions with superior firepower. By the next day, morale had shattered. The sight of two entire battalions torn apart sent waves of panic through the 34th Infantry Division. Troops began abandoning Sabatla, retreating without orders. The Luftwaffe capitalized on the disorder, launching relentless airstrikes on the fleeing Americans. Explosions ripped through the retreating columns, vehicles clogging the roads in desperate attempts to escape. Confusion turned to rout as the division collapsed, scattering in all directions. General Ernie Harmon, commanding the 2nd Armored Division, rushed to the front, encountering chaos on his 100-mile drive, with fleeing troops repeatedly running him off the road. He later recalled, quote, "It was the first and only time I'd ever seen an American army en route. Jeeps, trucks, wheeled vehicles of every imaginable sort streamed up the road toward us, sometimes jammed 2 and even 3 abreast. It was obvious there was one thing only in the minds of the panic-stricken drivers: to get away from the front, to escape to some place where there was no shooting." Rommel, seizing the opportunity.
Yeah, there are very few times where the American army was ever sent running for their lives in such a way. Most of the time, they just dug in and held their ground. But if you have an inept commander and adept commander on the enemy side, because Rommel was no fool, and he was in charge of the African campaign. In fact, I'm actually thankful he was not in charge of the east of the European theater, because more than likely the screw-ups made by them back then would have changed. I mean, they threw Rommel out in the desert because Hitler was pissed at him, or their higher-ups didn't like his stuff as much. But this man knew how to run an army. He was a military leader of a very high caliber. And I hate to say that because he was our enemy, but you got to give it where it's due. We had a shitty general running it. They had Rommel, and Rommel was a good leader of his men. And when you have a chance also to send an army into rout, hell yeah. I mean, like I said, the fact that we have fallen back to a more secure position, but very seldom have Americans just straight up turn around en masse and said, fuck this.
Opportunity advanced unopposed. The failure of American command, spread too thin and poorly coordinated, left Kasserine Pass wide open. By February 7th, Rommel's Africa Corps had reached Kasserine, linking up with the 21st Panzer Division outside the pass. But his orders from Kesselring were clear: push toward Le Kef, deep behind Allied lines. The directive frustrated Rommel. To execute it, he had to split his forces. He sent the 21st Panzer Division north toward Sabiba, while the Africa Corps pushed through Kasserine. The 10th Panzer Division.
Yeah, I honestly believe, like I said, Rommel would have won the war for Germany if he had been left to do his job. But the internal politics amongst the Nazi party in the upper echelon military got in the way. If he'd have been left alone to do what he wanted to do the way he wanted to do it, I really believe he would have destroyed America in Africa and worked his way up from there.
Would reinforce whichever thrust succeeded. Yet, by February 18th, Rommel's advance stalled. A day-long delay in orders gave the Allies a crucial reprieve. Friedendahl scrambled to reinforce Kasserine Pass. The defenders, a mix of under-trained combat engineers, elements of the 1st Infantry Division, and scattered armor, lacked coordination. The first line of defense, the 19th Combat Engineer Regiment, dug in at the pass's flat floor. A fatal mistake. Their inexperience showed. They had spent weeks building roads, not training for battle. Only one of the 1,200 men had combat experience. Despite being in a natural choke point, flanked by Jebel Samama and Jebel Chambi, they failed to fortify their positions effectively. Reinforcements trickled in. The 1st Battalion, 26th Infantry, took up positions on Jebel Samama, joined by tanks from the 13th Armored Regiment and anti-tank units from the 894th Tank Destroyer Battalion. Artillery from the 33rd Field Artillery Battalion provided fire support. Friedendahl sent Colonel Alexander Stark to take command, forming Task Force Stark. Yet Rommel saw the disarray. The Americans were patching together a defense, but his battle-hardened troops were ready to strike. Storm flood. At 6:30 a.m., the Germans launched Operation Storm Flood, expecting an easy victory at Kasserine Pass.
I agree. They do not put on modern war stuff is awesome. I mean, we've seen a few about the Gulf War. You know, they've had a couple that, but they weren't very historically accurate. They were just using the area and stuff for their and the time frame. And yeah, I don't know why, because yes, there are a million there are several on World War One. There's quite a few about World War Two. I don't know, other than MASH, I don't know of a lot of movies about the Korean conflict. And yeah, there's been a few on Vietnam, but I wonder if the part of the reason they haven't gone forward from there is that they kind of are waiting for the families or victims to, I know this sounds horrible, but back then we touted our heroes right away. Now I think they wait until they're almost lost to history before they bring them up again. It's almost like they don't want to bring up any of this to families and stuff, which I guess I kind of understand. I wouldn't want to sit and watch movies and trailers to movies constantly about a war or a battle I know my husband or my brother died in or something. I guess I don't know why they don't do that. Either that or it's so politically touchy that nobody in Hollywood wants to put their fingers on it right now. Because most of the wars were either religious or political, and touching on religious and political wars in the Middle East, that, like I said, that I guess could probably be a bit touchy subject. Yeah, you know, I mean, they do some, but like I said, they don't have, there are some documentaries, some good things out there, but they're not making war movies. I guess maybe because we're not buying war bonds. You know, if you think about it, a lot of the Sergeant York and some of the earliest war movies were used to buy war bonds. They learned about this here, they put it out, they had war bonds. They could sell war bonds, and that World War I hero, when World War II came around, was used as a model for why you needed to buy war bonds. So, you know, if you look at it that way, it might be because we don't do war bonds anymore. The government isn't touting it, and so they're not pushing. In fact, in most cases, I think they're more asking Hollywood to just shut up instead of talking about them. I know it sounds stupid, but I really believe there may... I'm not okay, sometimes I'm a conspiracy theorist, but I want to think that if the government starts putting pressure on Hollywood, that Hollywood usually listens. We've seen it in the past, whether they will still follow through. You know, because the guys who put the money in the films are usually big money people, and they're going to follow what the government wants so that they don't get audited and everything else. And you know how it went.
But Rommel's Africa Corps, used to flat desert terrain, struggled with the steep ridges and narrow paths that channeled their advance.
While other countries just right up go out and kill their dissidents, America uses money. They pressure, or they use political pressure, they use monetary pressure. But I swear it's more of a money thing here in the United States to keep things. We don't beat the people we don't like by beating them with clubs anymore. We just basically silence them through power and money, threats, or bribes.
Movement was restricted, turning each step forward into a painful grind. American Jeep.
We save our true bullying when we go overseas and kill other countries' people.
Panzers with relentless shell fire. Explosions sent debris into the air as German infantry scrambled for cover.
And when I say that, I am not saying that against our soldiers, because they are doing their job as they have been ordered to do. When I make that comment, I am talking about the political leaders who are up there, and it's because what bothers me is 90% of our wars are not for human rights. They are straight up over money in some form, be it a resource or whatever. I don't think after Korea, any of these wars had anything to do with except for politics and money, a power struggle. And that includes Vietnam. And I honor our Vietnam vets above all others, because our government fucked up so bad, and then they let these guys come home and take the brunt of the hell instead of supporting them the way they should have. And I'm mad at our citizens of that time for not understanding that these were men just doing a job they were paid to do and following the orders they were given.
Though the artillery, nicknamed squirrel rifles, was less than ideal against the tanks, it slowed the German advance. The first wave stalled, and while panzers pressed ahead, firing blindly through the dust, concealed anti-tank positions struck back. The dug-in Americans, resolute and determined, refused to break. By nightfall, the Germans had gained all the ground. The Americans had held, against all expectations, but their victory would not last. Rommel was watching, recalculating. He would come at them again. February 20th brought rain, which grounded German air support and hindered the offensive. The storm howled, but the Germans pressed on, undeterred by the mud. Huddled in slit trenches behind the rocky ridges and makeshift defenses, the American troops raced against the cold morning air. Then, without warning, a whale cut through the sky. Nebelwerfer rockets.
Exactly. I mean, you never blame a soldier for following orders, short of less you know where, when the guy goes, yeah, no, fuck that. What you're telling me to do is absolutely stupid, inhumane. You know, I believe that they should follow orders, but not too blindly. That quote is actually a real quote. It's not, I don't think it just comes from a game character. I think if we look that up, we might find out it's a legitimate quote, and it's probably came from someone who was a soldier. I like I said, you don't blame a grunt for following orders. All I say is that the grunt uses common sense and follows orders that make sense, that don't go against what he was, how do I put it? He doesn't go against his oath just to follow the order. Because soldiers do have an oath that they do, and it's not just to go out and create fucking mayhem. So, following orders, yes. Following orders blindly, no. Yeah, and I know it's the way it is, but yeah, I couldn't do that. Maybe that's why I'm not military material, is I would question a lot of orders. I mean, if I'm in war, yeah, and I got to do this or do that, I'm not going to question it. That's just part of the job. But some of the more insane things that happened because someone wanted revenge. And I believe that those soldiers who follow orders of a commander who wants to do nothing more than get revenge are pushing the limits. But at the same time, they should not really be blamed. Like I said, they should follow orders, but they should not follow orders blindly. And your comment that history is written by the victor and history is full of liars is absolutely straight on. In every, I am sure in every history book, if someone could come back from the time frame and read the history, they go, what? Okay. Well, that's not how I remember it happening. You know what I mean? And again, we're always only going to get a small portion of the history because there's too much of it that goes by too fast that it's never truly recorded. So when you look at it in that way, yeah, only the winners, because they already sacked the history and destroyed the histories of the other ones, so they get to say how this war went because they're the ones writing about it. You don't get to do, you got to sit down there and shut up.
The men barely had time to react before the first barrage hit.
Young Americans who think that we were the crowning glory of World War II. No, we were latecomers into it, and because we had to build up a military. We didn't have one. And Pearl Harbor took out what we did have for a military as far as the Navy went. So while I'm not saying our troops did not tip the balance and go over the edge to do this, but yeah.
Explosions erupted across their positions, fire and shrapnel ripping through the earth. The Germans were now well on the advance. One young American officer recalled, quote, "Those tank drivers loved slit trenches with Americans in them. They would run their trains right into the trench.
Absolutely true.
Like a rope grinder." By mid-afternoon, the 10th Panzer Division's advance elements appeared, their tanks rumbling over the rugged terrain. At 4:30 p.m., after a relentless artillery barrage, the Germans struck with full force, their panzers and infantry surging down the pass. The American defenses, already battered by the naval-Werfer rocket fire, began to collapse. The engineers scrambled to pull back, leaving their positions exposed. In a last-ditch effort, the Allies launched a counterattack with their armored reserves, but the German
yes,
Panzer IV,
money and power always finds a place, or wealth and power. I won't even say money, but a wealth in any sort.
First Company, 13th Armored Regiment, was
seems to find its way into and power.
By nightfall, the American defenses had been crushed, leaving the roads to Tala and Tebaso wide open to the Germans. The scattered remnants of the 1st Infantry Battalion and several other retreating units found themselves cornered at the top of Jebel Samama. With no clear escape route, they were easy pickings for the Germans who swept in, capturing American soldiers and seizing valuable equipment, including several intact armored semi-truck vehicles. As the night settled in, the Germans methodically secured their hard-won ground, fortifying their positions and preparing for the next phase of the assault. Shuffling leadership. At dawn, Rommel visited his frontline troops. He still hoped to capture Tebessa, the vital Allied supply hub, but Kesselring's orders were clear. Le Kef was his primary objective. The 21st Panzer Division was stationed at Sabiba, attacking a stronger force with little success. Rommel then ordered the 10th Panzer Division to push toward Tala, while the Afrika Korps Kampfgruppe pressed for Tebessa. Despite
It was proven that we could not go one-on-one against Germans in a desert war. What we did end up doing were more of hit and run tactics, guerrilla force type shit. And that's how we ended up defeating them over there. It was not as, after some of these, we ended up just breaking up into little groups and doing guerrilla warfare, if I remember correctly.
Advance faltered. 3 separate battle groups attacked from different angles, but none had the strength to break through the Allied lines. As the hours dragged on, the Germans realized their expected counterattack wouldn't come, and by afternoon, they resumed their advance. The Allies knew they had to step up. General Kenneth Anderson, commander of the British First Army, sent Brigadier Cameron Nicholson to lead British, American, and French units in the Tala sector, creating Nick Force to block the German push. Friedendahl's poor leadership was a key reason for the reshuffling. Disorganized and prone to vague orders from his underground HQ, he bypassed division commanders and issued direct instructions to regimental ones. This breakdown in command fractured the American defense. Eisenhower, through General Bradley, learned Friedendahl's subordinates had lost faith in him. Field Marshal Alexander, remarking on their poor performance, said of Friedendahl to the Americans, quote, "I'm sure you must have better men than that." The situation was also not helped by the fact that, as one historian put it, quote, "The British considered the Americans incompetent, and the Americans figured the Brits for clowns." In the late afternoon of February 21st, the 10th Panzer Division crept forward along the road to Tala, its tanks hidden by the rugged terrain, staying out of sight. The British 26th Armored Brigade, stationed with their outdated Crusader and Valentine tanks, had no idea the Germans were so close. Suddenly, at 4 p.m., the first blast came from nowhere. An explosive 75mm round slammed into the flank of a Crusader. Before the British crews could react, more German tanks emerged, pouring fire from unseen positions. Bedlam erupted as tanks exploded, one after another. The British tried to regroup and retreat, but the Germans were relentless, closing in fast, picking off stragglers, and forcing the 26th Armored Brigade to flee toward Tala. That night, under cover of darkness, German infantry, backed by a captured British Valentine tank, silently infiltrated the British line. The Germans struck fast, moving through gaps, pushing hard into the heart of the British positions. Close combat erupted in the tight, chaotic confusion of the trenches as the 10th Panzer Division fought its way through the last of the British defenders. By the time the dust settled, the British had lost 38 tanks, 28 guns, and 571 men taken prisoner. Yet, as the night deepened, the Germans were stopped. They couldn't reach Tala before darkness fell. Meanwhile, by the Hatab River, the Afrika Korps encountered fierce resistance from better prepared American defenses. There, American artillery sent shells tearing into the advancing German columns. Tanks from the first...
When I was a kid, there was a TV show out called The Rat Patrol. R-A-T, Rat Patrol. And it was about, I can't remember, American and English group of that were put together in a small, and like I said, they were more like a scout and guerrilla team during this war over here. And it was actually pretty interesting. But that was when I was a kid. So I was probably more interested in the way the cars jumped over the sand, the Jeeps went over the sand dunes and stuff. I couldn't tell you if the dialogue's any good or anything or how close. But I do remember a TV show that talked about this, that was about this part of the war.
First Armored Division surged forward, their 75mm guns pounding the advancing German infantry, forcing them to
Yes,
scatter.
this whole thing was during World War II.
Positions, knocking out German tanks one by one. Attempting to outflank the Americans, the Germans veered south, but their movements were slow, disrupted by constant fire. Disorganized and battered, the Afrika Korps were struggling to push further, but were hindered by having to protect their left flank. By nightfall, the attack had stalled. Sunken hearts. The first light of dawn on February 22nd barely illuminated the battlefield when Brigadier Nicholson, desperate to buy time for reinforcements, ordered a counterattack by the battered remnants of the British 26th Armored Brigade. 5 tanks, their crews determined to make a last stand, rumbled forward toward the German lines. But the attack was short-lived. German gunners, entrenched and well-positioned, opened up with lethal accuracy. Shells slammed into the British tanks one by one. Only the crumpled remains of armor and wreckage marked their charge. However, the desperate offensive, coupled with a sudden artillery barrage from the British positions, briefly caught the 10th Panzer Division off guard. The division's commander, unsure of the true strength of the counterattack, ordered a postponement of the 7 a.m. assault, mistakenly believing it was the beginning of a full-scale British push. In that brief, fleeting moment, the Germans hesitated, giving the Allies a fragile but necessary respite. Rommel, after a tense consultation with Kesselring, took a long look at the battlefield. The Germans had achieved much, but the price was becoming too high. The cost in men, fuel, and ammunition was mounting, and the promise of further gains seemed increasingly hollow. Kesselring later wrote about Rommel, quote, "His heart was not in his task, and he approached it with little confidence." Any more offensive actions would only drain what little resources remained. By the afternoon, the decision was made. Rommel, grim-faced, issued the order. The Germans were to pull back from Kesselring. As night fell, the Axis forces began the retreat, moving quietly through the shadows. The wake-up call. At dawn on February 24th, the roar of American bombers shattered the stillness. U.S. bombers tore through the sky, their payloads dropping onto the Germans in retreat. A devastating barrage from fighter jets followed, strafing the enemy and cutting off exit routes. The German forces, already weakened and demoralized, were thrown into mayhem. By nightfall, the pass was back in Allied hands. The airstrike, one of the first truly coordinated, overwhelming Allied assaults of the battle, shifted the momentum, breaking the German hold on the pass for good. Yet for all its impact, the timing was a bitter irony, having endured the brunt of the fight without such air support. At Kesselring, American losses were staggering. 300 lost, 3,000 wounded, and 3,000 missing.
Which means
the Germans suffered 201 loss.
those missing were either dead in the sand, been blown to bits. I'm sorry. Please excuse my vulgar thoughts, but with the way things went, if a tank blew up, there couldn't have been much left inside of it afterwards, okay? I'm not trying to be crude. But I wonder how many of them were German prisoners that ended up in prisoner of war camps, or were just plain killed in mass graves because they weren't going to try to take care of them if they were already going short on certain supplies.
536 wounded and 252 missing, totaling 989 casualties. When it came to equipment, the U.S. Second Corps lost 183 tanks, 104 half-tracks, 208 guns, and 512 vehicles, along with large amounts of fuel and ammunition. The Germans, on the other hand, lost 20 tanks, 67 vehicles, and 14 guns.
Not enough
As for prisoners,
when they needed
the
it.
Allies captured 3,721 Germans, while the Germans took 4,026 Allied soldiers. General Bradley would later write about the Battle of Kasserine Pass in his autobiography, quote, "It pains me to reflect on that disaster. It was probably the worst performance of U.S. Army troops in their whole proud history." After Kasserine Pass, Kesselring reorganized Axis Command, creating Army Group Africa under Rommel. General Dwight D. Eisenhower ordered General George S. Patton to replace Friedendahl, enforcing stricter discipline and leadership, which had been lacking and contributed to U.S. losses. One military historian argued that Eisenhower's, quote, biggest mistake was handing over command of Second Corps to Friedendahl, a mouthy cock of the walk who set up his command post deep in an inaccessible ravine 70 miles behind the front lines and rarely left it. Nor did it help that he split up American units, sharing them among British and French forces under commanders who were strangers to the U.S. soldiers. The battle marked the first clash between the U.S. and Wehrmacht, a brutal wake-up call that forced the Americans to adapt quickly, turning early setbacks into lessons. Rommel himself noted how quickly U.S. commanders adapted to mobile warfare. General Dwight Eisenhower soon after implemented improved training in infantry, anti-tank, anti-air, and artillery tactics, emphasizing combined arms operations. By March 1943, the Allies finally integrated air-ground coordination with the air support control system, crucial in the final stages of the Tunisian campaign. The Axis forces were defeated 2 months later. As the Nuremberg trials drew
No, we're not going back onto that.
January 30th, 1943.
I totally agree that we screwed up in Africa, and I often wonder, because when I went to high school, my history teacher was very thorough, especially when it came to World War II and Germany. And he, got into the Pacific Theater a bit, but not as much. Just because, like you said, you almost need a whole other year to study that. So he did what he could on Germany because of it being the reason we got into the war. But I only remember that how do you say it? I only remember them talking about Africa being in the war. That I mean almost to nothing. I don't know how to say it. It was maybe a couple minutes where he basically probably went through that particular battle or some portion of it. I mean, I just knew Rommel and then stuff like that. Okay, so I did war. That got me riled up on war. And I tell you, like I said, politics and war, I used to not be a politically interested person. Politics were politics. That was just the way it was. It's only been in the last handful of years that I started looking at our government and going, what the? So, and sometimes, you gotta step back from them and pretend that politics don't exist, because in the real world, all this political bullshit we have almost no control over. Am I right? But I did promise 4 weeks ago that, now I know this is a new one on Fancy Banana, but a friend of mine, it's the closest one I can find, but it is about 8 creepy video found in morgues and hospitals, or caught in morgues and hospitals. Wouldn't surprise me, but more interesting to, like I said, it was like 4 or 5 weeks ago. I was asked to look up on one about these videos, and I couldn't find the one they were looking for. But I did find this one from Fancy Banana. So I'm gonna play this one.
Can you see this little pink girl here?
Pink girl?
You can.
Hospitals. They're designed to save lives, but beneath the surface lies a different story. One filled with chilling mysteries and unexplained events. From morgue corridors to empty ICU wards, strange figures and eerie phenomena have been captured on film.
And I know a lot of people think that ghosts, spirits, and whatnot is all just a mind thing. But I think most people have that thought until they experience enough paranormal stuff in their life that they are forced to alter their perception. That is what I believe. Right. And I personally have lived in haunted houses where literally friends would not come over to my home. Most of my friends, unless they could get together in groups of 3 or 4, because they didn't feel comfortable coming into my small little house. I worked in a nursing home. I've experienced things that most people never will. Or a lot of people never will, but yet at the same time, when I mention it to a coworker, if they've been there a long time, they'll make the comment, yeah, that happens all the time. So I am obviously not insane to say that there is something unique out there. And when it comes to religion, I try not to. I'm a Baptist, I am a Christian. But yet I still believe in ghosts and stuff. Because if I can believe in a higher power, how could I not believe in just unseen spirits out there? I've never seen God, and I believe in him. So, straight and simple, I have had shit happen to me, so I absolutely believe in this stuff. Maybe not all of it, and I know there's a lot of fakey stuff out there, but I'm saying when you experience something, believe me, you'll know.
Raising disturbing questions. Are these spirits of the departed echoes of past traumas or manifestations of something darker? Whatever they are, they've been seen, they've been reported, and they refuse to be ignored. Stay tuned. We're about to walk through some of the most unsettling hospital encounters ever caught on camera. Let's begin. Number 25. Jay Breezy's Midnight Visitor. It's one thing to hear about ghosts. It's another to see one with your own eyes. That's exactly what happened to Jay Breezy, a night
I
shift
remember
security guard
this.
who stumbled upon something he'll never forget. Surveillance footage shows him calmly monitoring the screens when he catches sight of a dark figure approaching. It's slow, deliberate, almost routine. He watches in disbelief as the figure heads his way, then vanishes without a trace. His stunned reaction says it all. I saw it. I saw it. It went right over there. His voice is shaky, caught between excitement and alarm. He thought maybe it was a trick of the light, but when...
Actually, it did pay, because my friends were broke teenagers at the time, so they would try to sponge off me for food and stuff. So, actually having a ghost kept them away enough that I had food to eat through the month. But yeah, yeah, really, in today's day, they better have some positive thing they're gonna do for me. When I lose my glasses, they better float them bitches over to me at least if they want to live in my house.
When he reviewed the video, the evidence was right there, clear, unmistakable. A human-shaped shadow that wasn't supposed to exist. What makes this so disturbing is how relaxed the figure seems, like it belonged there, like it had done this many times before. Jay believes it wasn't just a one-off event. He's convinced this presence has history in the building. So what do you think? Real ghost or a well-timed illusion? Number 24. Kimberly's reflection that shouldn't be. Working night shifts in hospitals often means getting used to the unusual. Flickering lights, strange sounds, sudden chills. But for Kimberly, a nurse from Maine, the ordinary weirdness crossed a line into something truly terrifying. She used to dismiss ghost stories, thinking they were just local folklore. But then came the incidents. Odd noises, things moving by themselves. And most unsettling of all, shadows and reflections of people who weren't actually there. The most chilling moment? A night she caught something on camera. In the reflection of a light fixture, a figure appeared. The problem? No one else was in the room. The next day, determined to find an explanation, she went back to the same spot. As she spoke about what had happened, it happened again. Another shape in the reflection. Another silent figure. Illusion? Psychological trick? Or a message from something watching? Kimberly began uploading her findings online. But then, without warning, she erased it all. No posts, no comments, nothing left. Just silence. Did she get too close to the truth, or did something want her quiet? Number 23. Kayla.
Yeah. The hospital. The nursing home I worked at, they very much got upset if you talked about ghosts. But we had them. And you know how we know we had them? Because we had residents complaining that there were children running up and down the halls in the middle of the night, laughing and playing. We had cameras in the hall. There were no children there. There weren't supposed to be no children. There was a nursing home. And like I said, I've been touched and everything else, but yes, that nursing home got very upset if you said the G word. They did not want to be considered haunted as far as the upper echelon went. but it is. And I think an awful lot of them are. And when they ask why it's kids, why you would think it would be haunted if it was kids, it's because we had a memory care unit. And some of our people, as the disease took their mind, Alzheimer's or whatever disease they had, they would revert back to a very childlike attitude or revert back to their childhood. And so I believe when they passed that they came back at the stage in which they remembered themselves to be.
Love's asylum encounter. Some places cling to their past. Abandoned asylums especially seem to hold on to the energy of what happened inside their walls. That's what
Most
Kay Love
definitely.
and her team found during a late-night exploration of a derelict psychiatric hospital. Equipped with cameras and EMF detectors, they set out to document the site for her series, Love to Investigate. The building was falling apart. Dusty rooms, peeling paint, the occasional creak of old metal. At first, nothing unusual. But back home, reviewing footage, they spotted something chilling. At the far end of a hallway, barely visible, a shadowy silhouette. It didn't walk toward them. It didn't run. It simply shifted into the next room, silent and sudden. Kay swears she never saw anyone while filming, and none of her crew had gone near that area. Was it a digital glitch, a shadow cast just right, or a remnant of someone who never truly left? One thing is certain, that asylum might be physically empty, but it's far from lifeless. Number 22, Shadows in the ICU. The ICU is already a tense environment, where life and death often sit side by side. But for one patient, a hospital stay turned into something even more disturbing. Unable to sleep, he began feeling the unmistakable sensation of being watched. He noticed flashes of movement in his peripheral vision, shapes that vanished as soon as he turned his head. It was enough to make him reach for his phone and start recording, and what he caught was spine-tingling. A faint shadow moved silently across the room, right near his bed. It wasn't the shape of a nurse. It wasn't his own shadow. It didn't match any person or object nearby. Could it have been a trick of the light? A passing vehicle's headlights? Maybe. But to him it felt different. Too quiet. Too smooth. Too intentional. He was so rattled by the footage that he left his room lights on for the rest of his stay. Whatever was there with him, it wasn't listed on the patient chart. Number 21, the Mexican Shadow Man.
See, now if I saw that, I'd be saying, hey, I'm not in a private room, huh? Or, well, I guess this is ICU. I don't know if there are private rooms, but in every area. But I'd say, hey, I'm not in a private room. I'm apparently in semi-private. I want a discount. Hospital stays be expensive in ICU.
A blur there. But sometimes what's caught on tape is so direct, so clear, that even non-believers pause. In this case, it happened at a hospital in Mexico during a night shift. Two nurses were on break, laughing and talking casually when one of them glanced at a nearby window. And then, something moved. A black figure, tall, fast, humanoid, darted across the adjacent room. It wasn't walking. It wasn't drifting. It shot across the space with impossible speed and vanished. The nurses went still. The area it came from was supposed to be locked. No staff, no patients. No one should have been there. These shadow men have been reported before in other hospitals. Fast-moving, unidentifiable shapes that vanish before they can be explained. Are they residual spirits or something entirely different? What's certain is that this figure appeared out of nowhere and disappeared just as fast. Number 20. The Voice at Norwich State Hospital. Urban explorers are often drawn to sites with dark histories. That was the case for a small group who ventured into the decaying remains of Norwich State Hospital, long rumored to be haunted. With flashlights in hand and phones rolling, they moved cautiously through collapsing hallways, joking about the hospital's grim past. That is, until a soft voice stopped them cold. A child's voice, high-pitched, whispering something they couldn't quite make out. Was it real? Was someone else inside the building? They checked the area. Nothing. It wasn't until later, while scrubbing through their footage, that they found something even more disturbing. Behind a cracked glass pane, a pale figure seemed to be watching them. Was it a visual distortion? A play of light and shadow? Maybe. Or maybe someone was still there, trapped in the walls of Norwich, unwilling or unable to move on. Number 19. The nurse who heard his name. Night shifts can get quiet, but sometimes they get too quiet. A hospital nurse began experiencing a series of unsettling moments not long after starting his job. At first, it was the usual stuff: cold drafts, odd whispers, fleeting shapes out of the corner of his eye. He chalked it up to long hours and lack of sleep. Then one night, a loud bang rang out from the lobby. Rushing in, he expected to find someone in distress. Instead, he found a chair tipped over, one that had been untouched for hours. Creeped out, he returned to his desk and checked the security feed. That's when he saw it. A dark figure gliding through the hallway. No legs, no face, just a presence. But it didn't end there. The next night, while making his rounds, he heard something speak his name, softly, intimately. He turned, nothing there. The staff joked about it, but he knew what he'd experienced. Whatever was wandering those halls wasn't a figment of his imagination. Number 18. Brian Barano's fatal curiosity. Some boundaries aren't meant to be crossed. Brian Barano found that out the hard way. Brian and his ghost hunting crew decided to explore a recently vacated hospital already known for its disturbing energy. They brought all the usual equipment: cameras, recorders, spirit boxes, but this time they took it further. Brian decided to try a ritual intended to invite contact from the beyond. For a while, it was quiet. Too quiet. His team was exploring other levels while he waited alone, letting the camera run. And then, it started. First, a strange draft, like the air had changed. Then a sound, barely audible, but there. Finally, the moment that sent a chill down his spine. On playback, he saw movement, faint, low to the ground, a small figure like a child, flitting just beyond the edge of light. Had he actually summoned something? Or had the ritual opened a door that should have stayed shut? Whatever it was, Brian left the building changed. And whatever was there might still be waiting. Number 17. Nurse's late night encounter. Working night shifts can drain anyone, so nurses often find ways to keep their energy up. One group gathered in a supposedly haunted part of the hospital, sharing jokes and swapping stories to ease the tension. What they didn't expect was to become part of a new tale. As one nurse casually recorded their chatter, something strange appeared behind them, a small figure passing silently. At first, nobody noticed. When they replayed the video, laughter faded into silence. No patients or visitors were allowed in that wing, just the nurses. Suddenly, a dark shadow surged toward them. The footage ended abruptly, but the fear in their voices was unmistakable. What did they witness? More importantly, had the presence noticed them first? Clearly, they were not alone. Number 16.
Don't laugh at
Urban
ghosts, they'll
explorer's
fuck with
sudden
ya.
encounter. Exploring abandoned hospitals is never without risk. For two urban explorers, what began as a routine investigation turned into an unforgettable fright. Equipped with flashlights and cameras, they wandered through dark, decaying corridors of an empty medical building. The silence was thick, broken only by their footsteps. They expected old ruins and maybe some creepy vibes, but not what came next. Deep inside the building, they heard footsteps. At first, they thought it was another explorer or an animal. When they turned a corner, shadowy figures stood in the hallway. Frozen, they whispered among themselves. Were they truly alone? Before they could get a good look, the shapes vanished soundlessly into the darkness. Was it a prank, a trick of shadows, or something else entirely? They didn't wait to find out. Some places are better left alone.
Yeah.
Number 15. The visitor's restroom. Incident. Hospitals are unsettling enough without adding unexplainable events. One visitor who had come to see a relative experienced something haunting on his way out. He stopped at the visitor's restroom, and what happened there still troubles him. While inside, a faint, eerie scream echoed from deep within the restroom. Curious and cautious, he took out his phone and began recording. At first, the footage showed only an empty bathroom, but then, almost too quick to notice, a figure appeared in slippers and a hospital gown, gliding silently through the background. He didn't see it happen until later. No one else was supposed to be there. Staff later confirmed all patients were accounted for. So who or what was captured on tape? Many believe it was a wandering spirit from the hospital's past. One thing is certain, this visitor won't be returning to that restroom anytime soon. Time for the fancy topic. A security camera video from the Prague City morgue has caused alarm after showing what appears to be a lifeless body suddenly moving on the examination table. The footage features pathologist Dr. Pavel Novak working on the corpse, which initially looks like a human but with unsettling features. According to morgue staff, the body was part of a mysterious case with no identification. Shortly after the video surfaced online, rumors spread that the corpse might be linked to occult experiments. Dr. Novak, who remains on leave, told investigators he heard strange noises and saw the figure twitch unexpectedly, though he initially dismissed it as muscle spasms.
Right.
Police are reviewing the footage while the hospital has increased security and restricted access. Is this a medical mystery or something far more sinister? And what would you do if you found a body that seemed not quite dead? Let us know in the comments with the hashtag fancy topic.
I would call the nearest
14.
people who deal with bodies and get the hell out of there. I
Some
want
places
nothing to
carry
do
an
with it.
unmistakable sense of wrongness. One hospital worker described the abandoned wing he had to check one night as exactly that. Most of the hospital was operational, but this section had been left unused for months. No patients, no staff, nothing, or so he thought. Finishing up his tasks, he heard a low, unnatural sound that sent a chill through him. Despite instincts telling him to leave, curiosity took over. Phone in hand, he began recording. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the right side of the frame. Not solid, not human. A faint brownish shape, almost transparent, peered briefly before fading away. He barely had time to react. Was it a trick of the light or a camera glitch? Or perhaps a lingering spirit still haunting the halls? Whatever it was, one thing was clear. This abandoned wing was far from empty. Number 13. The CCTV Enigma. CCTV cameras are meant to capture reality, but sometimes they record the unexplainable. This clip was taken just weeks before the hospital closed permanently. It starts like any other security video, a dim hallway with nothing unusual. Then, something moves. A glowing, translucent shape slips behind a frosted glass door. The guard monitoring the feed first thinks it's a reflection or a light trick, but as the shape moves again and again, he realizes something is there. Curious, he approaches the hallway, footsteps echoing in silence. At the door, he scans the area but finds nothing but emptiness. Suddenly, the light-like figure shoots past at unnatural speed, disappearing completely. The guard recoils, certain this wasn't a camera malfunction. What he caught was proof of something restless. The hospital was hiding secrets that refused to die. Number 12. Night shift security encounter. Some of the most convincing paranormal evidence comes from the least expected sources. This next video was recorded by a hospital security guard who didn't believe in ghosts until now. It began with an odd noise from an empty upper floor. Curious but cautious, he pulled out his phone to film while climbing the stairs. "All right, guys," he whispers, "I'm on the empty floors. Heard something freaky, so I'm recording." At first, nothing. The hallway is dead silent. Then, behind a chair near a window, a shadowy figure stands motionless. The guard seems unaware of it. Could it be a light trick? Maybe. But at the far end of the hallway, another shadow appears, one he never noticed. It moves briefly, then vanishes. Coincidence? Glitch? Or undeniable evidence that this hospital isn't as empty as it looks? Whatever it is, the guard isn't alone on his rounds. Number 11. The torso in Mexico. Ghost sightings can be unsettling, but when they break the laws of reality, they become downright terrifying. This next case, captured by a night guard in Mexico, is one of the strangest recorded. The hospital had long been rumored to harbor restless spirits. Staff whispered about ghostly patients wandering after dark. Some dismissed it as nonsense until this footage emerged. The corridor appears empty at first glance. Then, chillingly, a torso, no legs, no lower body, rises from the floor. It phases in and out of view, a disembodied upper half moving unnaturally. The guard insists this wasn't a camera glitch. He believes it was a spirit trying to communicate. Skeptics say it's a visual distortion. Believers think otherwise. Could this be a soul trapped between worlds, unable to fully manifest? The footage leaves us haunted with more questions than answers. Number 10. The mysterious moving stretcher. Deep inside Teofilo Sakalo Hospital, a lone staff member was making his usual rounds when something unusual caught his eye. A stretcher parked in the hallway began to roll on its own. At first, it moved slowly and cautiously. Then suddenly, it shifted direction. No one was near it. No hands pushed it. Yet it glided forward, as if pulled by an invisible force. The worker, stunned, recorded the strange event and showed it to colleagues. Some said the floor might be slanted, explaining the motion. But if that were true, why did the stretcher change course so precisely? Hospitals hold countless memories of life and death. Some believe certain energies linger in these places. Was this just gravity, or something trying to make itself known? The only certainty is that sometimes, even the inanimate refuses to stay still. Number 9. The Shadow in the Hospital. Promo. A new hospital, a fresh image, and a promotional video designed to highlight cutting-edge care. Everything was running smoothly, until something unexpected appeared in the background. The spokeswoman delivered her lines confidently, standing before a glass wall that reflected the hospital's spotless corridors. But on closer inspection, there was something else. A dark, featureless figure moved behind her. At first, some dismissed it as a smudge or a lighting quirk. Yet when the video was replayed, a shadow became visible on the wall. For a shadow to appear, the source must be present. But no one else was in sight. No staff, no passerby, just an empty hallway. The shadow lingered, watching quietly. Was it an error, a clever visual trick, or something else? Many believe spirits attach themselves to places where life and death meet. If so, this hospital's story had only just begun. Number 8. The Vanishing Visitor. Late one night in a hospital in Mexico, a weary medical worker took a moment's rest near a stretcher. His eyes kept drifting to the security monitors. Then something strange appeared. A figure, one that hadn't been there before, showed up in the hallway. The visitor moved hesitantly, as if searching for a way out. But something about this person felt wrong. Visitors weren't allowed at that hour, and this figure didn't look like staff or a patient. Growing uneasy, the worker reviewed the security footage. What he saw chilled him to the bone. The hallway, the stretcher, the stillness of the night, all there. But the visitor? Gone without a trace. It was as if the person never existed. Was it exhaustion playing tricks, a camera glitch, or a visitor from beyond? No answers came, only the haunting fact that whoever he saw left no trace behind. Number 7. The Ghostly Child. A hospital in the Middle East became the scene of one of the most unsettling ghost encounters ever filmed. A family gathered quietly in a patient's room, paying their respects and speaking softly. At first, nothing seemed out of place, but then, in the corner, a small child stood still and silent. No one in the family acknowledged the child. They didn't interact or react. Then, without warning, the adults walked right through him. Watching the footage again revealed the terrifying truth. The child had no solid form. He was a shadow, an outline of something not meant to be there. The family later confirmed there was no child present. The patient died that very night, leading many to believe the apparition was a messenger of death. In some cultures, childlike spirits are ominous signs or even demons. Was this an innocent soul or something darker lurking unseen? The truth remains unknown, but for those who saw the video, the ghostly child was never supposed to be there. Number 6. The Night Guard's Haunting. Imagine wandering alone through a dark, empty hospital, your footsteps echoing endlessly. Now imagine hearing a child's voice calling out when no children should be nearby. This was the experience of a night guard who captured something that will haunt you long after. For months, he had reported odd activity, shadows where no one stood, distant whispers in the dead of night. But on this particular evening, after hearing a little girl's voice, he decided to record. Phone in hand, he moved cautiously through the dim halls, following the sound. In the video, a faint figure dressed in white appears briefly before fading away. It might be mistaken for a chair or equipment, but the guard insists there was nothing there. Still doubtful? That same night, security cameras caught something far creepier. A dark shadow drifting out of a wall, hovering, then disappearing back into nothing. Coincidence? Maybe. But anyone who's seen this footage knows something lingers in that hospital, and it might be trying to communicate. Number 5. The Ghostly Child of Honduras. In a hospital in Honduras, strange events became impossible to ignore. Patients whispered about a child nobody could identify, roaming the halls late at night. This wasn't just rumor. Each morning, nurses found patients with their gas masks removed, though none remembered doing so. Staff initially chalked it up to confusion. Then one night, a man in bed captured something unsettling. His camera recorded the bedsheet being tugged by an invisible hand. The sheet stretched and then settled, but no child or person was beneath the bed. Feeling uneasy, he pressed the emergency button. Staff arrived 10 minutes later, found nothing unusual, and no logical explanation emerged. The identity of the ghostly child remains a mystery. Some say it's the spirit of a young patient who never left. Others are less certain. What is clear, this hospital harbors forces beyond the living. Meanwhile, chilling stories circulate on 4chan. An Argentine doctor rushed to a supposedly deceased patient after nurses saw her kick twice, and a mental patient once pulled a woman from her room with unclear intent. Have you ever experienced strange happenings in hospitals? Number 4. The Moving Chair. During a quiet hospital night shift, a security guard heard a faint scraping noise in the empty reception area. Then she saw it, a chair moving on its own. The footage is unnerving. At first, the chair barely shifts, as if testing its boundaries. Then, suddenly, it slides smoothly across the floor. No one touched it. There was no breeze or visible force pushing it. The guard said this wasn't the first time the chair moved by itself, but it was the first time it was caught on camera. The way it glided was unnatural, ruling out an uneven floor or accidental causes. Hospitals have long been known for strange occurrences. Whether this was a trick of light, an odd shift in balance, or something unexplained, the video remains haunting. Many believe the hospital is haunted. Others say there must be a rational cause. But for those working long nights in such places, moments like this leave them wondering who or what still lingers. Number 3. The Man Who Vanished. An abandoned hospital in India, forgotten by time, became the scene of a chilling encounter. A lone explorer wandered inside, filming the crumbling hallways and empty rooms. For over an hour, nothing seemed out of place, until the impossible happened. Passing an old stretcher, the camera caught a man lying motionless, but seconds later, when the camera shifted, he had vanished. Replaying the footage reveals something even more disturbing. The figure wasn't just lying there. He faced the camera, as if watching. No one else was inside, yet this presence appeared and disappeared in an instant. Some believe ghosts replay their final moments endlessly. If so, was this spirit trapped reliving its last seconds in the hospital where it died? Skeptics say it was a shadow illusion, but after watching the clip, one question remains. If it was only a shadow, where did it go? Number 2. The Peekaboo Spirits. While patrolling a hospital late at night, a security guard heard soft noises from a dim hallway. The sounds were light and playful, like someone hiding nearby. Curious, he aimed his camera toward the source. At first, nothing appeared unusual. Then, something or someone peeked out from behind a desk, a small shadowy figure that vanished almost instantly. The guard stayed still, continuing to film. Moments later, another figure peeked out from the opposite side. Watching the footage reveals a strange fact. No human could move that fast. If it were one person, how could they appear in 2 places so quickly? Some believe these are the spirits of 2 children playing hide and seek, trapped forever where they once lived. The guard heard no sound on camera, so what he actually heard remains unknown. Ghosts or illusions, no one can say. But if spirits they weren't fleeing, they were watching. Number 1. The Vision of the Pink Girl. In a quiet hospital room, a 96-year-old woman lay resting, nearing the end of her life. Her grandson recorded a video to capture a final memory, unaware it would chill him deeply. Though frail, she was lucid and suddenly asked, "Is that girl Chinese?" Confused, he looked around. No one else was present. She described a young girl in pink, smiling, standing near her bed, a girl invisible to everyone else. Hours later, he learned a young girl matching the description had died in the next room that day. Was it coincidence or a final visit? Many believe those close to death glimpsed spirits waiting to guide them. Was this pink-clad girl a gentle presence welcoming her? Days later, the woman passed away. With her, the mystery of the pink girl vanished into the unknown. Do you believe ghosts are really out there? Let us...
That too is another thing that people working in nursing homes with the elderly have experienced. Within a day or so before their deaths, they often see a loved one or someone they knew and stuff like that. And yeah, I have to admit, I really didn't freak out about the ghosts that were in the senior home, because I'd already dealt with more freaky stuff in my own home, so heck is going on with my news feed?
January 30th, 1943.
Stop that.
German panzers crashed into the French positions high in the Tunisian.
Oh, finally. I'm losing my mind today. It's been a tough one. I don't know why. I can't think straight. It doesn't make sense. I can get words out, but I can't, I have thoughts, but I'm just doing not my best for being in the world, if that makes sense. Okay. Well, I had with, you see, I'm having trouble just thinking. Like I said, I was looking through, I had my list here and I had to keep flipping back because I kept forgetting which ones I actually watched and which ones I didn't, so I have to make sure. But my next one up was top 50 worst decisions in history.
The Treaty of Versailles is one of the most...
Now, it's Watch Mojo, so I am sure they're going to be a little more serious and worldwide than me, but I'm sitting here going, top 50 worst decisions in history. Damn, I had top 50. I could do a top 50 worst decisions just in my own life. We're talking throughout history. Holy shit, how bad do these decisions got to be? Seriously, Chunky, think about it. If you're talking the worst decisions in history, and we know how we are being, as people coming up with making dumb decisions on occasion, I'm almost curious as to what could be the worst decisions in history. Because, like I said, I know people have made some really stupid decisions, and I've made some damn stupid decisions in my day. So, I gotta see who the world's worst decisions are.
Agreements in history. Its cracks left open the possibility of a second global conflict.
Welcome to Watch Mojo, and today we're counting down our...
Okay, well, if they're starting with the Treaty of Versailles, yeah. All they did was fuck up so many... they got so greedy in wanting what they wanted that they almost forced Germany to go back to war. Maybe not to the extreme they did and whatnot, and of course the Holocaust is a whole other part of it. I'm not even getting in, but politically and as far as the European country is concerned, yeah, that Treaty of Versailles after World War I really fucked up.
Picks for the 50 worst choices ever made by human beings. From instant regret to severe long-term consequences, these military and geopolitical decisions caused waves that would ripple far into the future.
With one move, Adolf
What?
Hitler is
I'm
turned
coming,
his most
just a
powerful
minute.
ally against him.
Number 50. Spartacus splits his army. Spartacus led one of the most famous slave uprisings in history, but a key decision likely doomed the rebellion.
Whatever twist of fate brought Spartacus to slavery, it's clear he will not accept it idly. And Crixus will share his destiny.
At one point, he agreed to split his forces. His co-commander Crixus took a large portion of the army south. There's a reason why divide and conquer is a popular military strategy. Spartacus's move weakened the overall strength of his army. Worse, it allowed Roman generals to defeat each force separately. Crixus and his followers were crushed, costing Spartacus thousands of seasoned fighters.
Gellius made a sudden surprise attack on Crixus' forces, who, because of their arrogance, had separated from Spartacus.
The historian Appian.
Crixus was in command of 30,000 men. 2/3 perished, including Crixus himself.
Although Spartacus continued to fight bravely, the rebellion slowly unraveled. His dream of reaching safety and freedom collapsed under the weight of Rome's growing counterattack. Number 49, the Winter War. The Soviet Union thought it would crush Finland in weeks. Instead, it waded into a frozen nightmare in 1939.
The plan of the Soviet invasion was for an overwhelming onslaught everywhere at once.
Soviet forces were severely hampered by brutal winter conditions, disastrous leadership, and fierce Finnish resistance. Commanders underestimated the terrain, deployed poorly trained troops, and failed to equip their soldiers for Arctic warfare. Outgunned and outnumbered, the Finns used guerrilla tactics and the deep snow to shred Soviet formations. Troops on skis outmaneuvered tanks, supply lines collapsed, and entire divisions froze or starved. Although Finland was eventually forced to cede territory, the Red Army's staggering losses shocked the world. What was supposed to be a quick victory ended up exposing massive weaknesses.
Okay, forgive me for disappearing really quick, but I got called away. I don't know if you can see this, but my wonderful family we're grilling. I went up a little high. But my wonderful family were grilling cheeseburgers today. And they made me a cheeseburger. Well, I put it, but they were grilling. And so they called me down to grab one while it was still hot. Yes, we just grilled burgers. We weren't going fancy today. It was just a quick evening meal after a day of gardening. Yeah, Winter War. Another big bad decision. You should never... That's why they fought wars in the summertime. In the spring, they put in the crops. They fought their war in the summer. In the fall, they harvested. In the winter, they sat around and ate. And then they came back out and did it all over again. Oh, now you're making me jealous, because biscuits and gravy are one of my all-time favorite meals. But my husband had a stomach surgery, and he cannot have the uber rich gravy and stuff, and the night, and he can't do the soft biscuits, so it's just frustrating. I usually have to go out and eat them someplace, and they're just not half as good as homemade. But yeah, now I'm almost jealous, and I actually love grilled burgers.
Weaknesses in Soviet military planning and command.
The Winter War was a formidable experience that still resonates with valuable lessons.
Don't rely too much on technology. Technology is important, material strength is important, but skill, how you use your equipment is even more important, and ultimately will. If you don't have the will to fight, nothing else matters.
Number 48, trusting Rasputin. Desperate to heal their son, who was a hemophiliac in the early 1900s, Tsar Nicholas II and Empress Alexandra made a deal with the devil. They placed their trust in a wandering mystic by the name of Grigory Rasputin.
For Nicholas and Alexandra, Rasputin symbolized the simple soul of the starets, the holy man of Russian folk tradition. They believed that God had at last answered their prayers.
What began as a private act of faith quickly became an international liability. Rasputin gained extraordinary influence at court. He advised on everything from politics to military appointments. As World War I dragged on, rumors of his manipulation, corruption, and debauchery spread like wildfire. Alexandra defended him fiercely, even as his presence shattered public confidence in the Romanovs.
No matter how grotesque the evidence, the Tsar could not take from his wife her one hope for Alexei's survival. Alexandra was becoming increasingly hysterical and paid little attention to public opinion.
Their refusal to distance themselves from his rising power fed widespread outrage. Many historians see his unchecked influence as one of the key decisions that helped pave the way for revolution. Number 47, the Sykes-Picot Agreement. In secret rooms thousands of miles away, European powers drew lines across a land they didn't understand.
Conceived in Paris and London during the dark days of World War I, and drawn initially with a crude Chinograph pencil, the secret plan to redesign the Middle East was termed as the Asia Minor Agreement, with vast areas under British and French influence.
In 1916, the Sykes-Picot Agreement had Britain and France carving up the Arab world for themselves. By doing so, both countries broke promises made to local leaders who had fought alongside them. When the deal was exposed, it shattered trust and sparked outrage across the Middle East. The betrayal
Can you
didn't
imagine
just
that?
draw borders, it planted seeds of bitterness that would outlast colonial rule itself.
It didn't account for the emergence of Turkey, nor did it allow for the future growth of Arab nationalism. But it was the beginning of what we know now as the modern Middle East, for good or for bad.
Many historians argue that the chaos and resentment
Horrible.
by Sykes-Picot laid the foundation for a century of conflict, insurgency, and the rise of Islamic fundamentalism. Number 46. Officials ignore warnings about Fukushima. This wasn't a natural disaster. It was a preventable one.
絶対事故なんか起こりそうのない。絶対安全だから。絶対ついてましたから。
For years, experts warned that the Fukushima
I'm going to stop right there real quick before I even go shut my fan off when she goes, I was told they were safe. I don't care who you are. If you work in a nuclear power plant at any time, I do not believe you are 100% safe. There is always the possibility that something could go wrong and you're going to end up screwed. But yes, when the officials ignore warnings, that's when the common people need to run.
Daiichi nuclear plant couldn't withstand a major tsunami. In 2008, TEPCO engineers even ran simulations predicting a wave over 15 meters high, exactly like the one that struck in 2011. Their own experts said the plant's defenses were inadequate, but leadership dismissed the data, calling the risk, quote, unrealistic. An earthquake hit, followed by a towering wave. 3 reactors melted down.
The tsunami flooded the nuclear power plant. Result? Massive overheating, and reactors 1, 2, and 3 suffered meltdowns.
The result was the worst nuclear disaster since Chernobyl, one that could have been avoided with basic precautions. Number 45, the Battle of Isandlwana. In 1879, the British Empire marched into Zululand with arrogance and outdated assumptions.
On January the 11th, 1879, British troops invaded the independent Kingdom of Zululand in South Africa.
Eager for a foothold in South Africa, the Redcoats were looking to intimidate the locals. Confident that a, quote, primitive army could never stand against rifles and artillery, they underestimated their enemy at every turn. Worse, they made a series of catastrophic tactical errors. They split their forces across hostile territory, left key supply lines exposed, and ignored advice to fortify their camps. After being lured into a trap with a few tiny wins, the trap snapped shut at Isandlwana.
The Zulu victory at Isandlwana had been extraordinarily comprehensive. In many ways, the headquarters detachment of the entire column had been wiped out.
The 1,800 British soldiers were swiftly humbled as some 20,000 Zulu warriors crested the bridge. The British were slaughtered. It remains one of the most humiliating defeats in British military history.
The Zulu people kind of are this, at that time, kind of remind me of what's going on over in the Hindu Kush mountains. You know, both Russia or India, Russia, China, whatever, whoever is on the other sides, I forget. But each side claims the land, the mountains. And each side has sent in troops at different times to make the natives behave themselves so they can get up there and get all those precious metals that they know are up there. And each time their forces do not come back, and those natives are just more intensely armed.
Number 44, Charles II fails to pay his men. The Second Anglo-Dutch
Never.
War was supposed to secure England's dominance at sea.
Charles's younger brother James.
Yeah, don't pay your workers, you don't have workers, dude.
Dutch disrupt their trading dominance. Charles agreed. He was keen for a popular war to boost his standing. The war was not a success.
Instead, it turned into a costly stalemate that drained the treasury dry. Facing mounting debts, King Charles II made a disastrous decision. He stopped paying much of the Royal Navy. Sailors abandoned their posts, ships rotted in harbor, and key defenses were left wide open. The Dutch seized their moment. In 1667, they launched a daring raid up the River Medway, burning and capturing dozens of English ships.
They attacked the English fleet at anchor in the mouth of the Thames. Many ships were destroyed, and it remains one of the greatest disasters in the history of the Royal Navy.
Well, forgive me just a moment, but that was so damn good, I'm gonna go grab another one. Because I hear the girls got the next batch done. And I will be right back up.
Humiliation forced Charles to sue for peace on Dutch terms. One bad money-saving move devastated England's navy and shattered England's naval reputation for a generation. Number 43, the Charge of the Light Brigade. Few battlefield blunders are as famous, or as costly, as the 1854 Charge of the Light Brigade. Tennyson's famous poem put romanticized lipstick on a historical pig.
But it is the men of the Light Brigade and their valiant doom charge, immortalized in Tennyson's memorable poem, who are now part of British military folklore.
During the Battle of Balaclava, British cavalry received a confusing order to, quote, advance rapidly and prevent the enemy from removing captured guns. But the commander on the ground, Lord Lucan, misunderstood the vague message. Instead of attacking a retreating force, he sent some 600 cavalry straight into a valley lined with Russian artillery. The mistake was obvious, but no one stopped it. The Light Brigade rode into a storm of cannon fire and was cut down in minutes.
The shattered remains of the Light Brigade returned in battered and bleeding groups down the North Valley.
The charge became a national symbol of reckless bravery. It was actually the story of massacre by miscommunication and pride. Number 42, Radcliffe partitions India.
Now, I have to say, folks, I can get in and out to my kitchen really quick. It takes only a second. The hardest part I'm having here is that I have to run the gauntlet of hounds that are sitting here. Hey. Because I got a Tennessee Walker Bloodhound Cross who is sitting here staring at me with those big old sad looking face, and I'm just laughing at him. And I got a Mastiff. She's a Cane Corso English Bull Cross, big old beast. She's laying across the floor of the doorway staring at me, drooling. And then I got my little Rat Terrier Chihuahua Cross, who is everywhere under and trying to get from one place to the other without getting tipped over or tripping over one of them is next to impossible. And if you can bypass them, then the cat's under your feet. So when I call this my crazy life, some of it is self-induced because all three of these dogs are beloved pets that live in the house and get to go out whenever they want to, and they're spoiled rotten. So they have this bad habit of sitting around begging while pretending not to beg, because they'll all lay there and look over to the side, but one eyeball is always staring at you while you're eating. You know, the typical dog thing.
When Britain agreed to grant India independence, they needed new borders drawn fast.
One of the largest, most ethnically diverse nations in the world has been divided. One country will now become two, India and Pakistan. As a British barrister draws a line on a map, a once peaceful land implodes.
They turned to a man named Sir Cyril Radcliffe. There's only one glaring problem. He had never once set foot in India and had just 5 weeks to divide 175,000 square miles of territory. Working with outdated maps, incomplete census data, and immense political pressure, in 1947, Radcliffe drew the borders that created India and Pakistan. The results were catastrophic. His hurried lines split villages, families, and communities overnight, deepening sectarian divides between Hindus, Muslims, and Sikhs. The partition triggered one of the largest and bloodiest mass migrations in history, displacing over 10 million people and killing up to 2 million. A rushed decision to divide a subcontinent left wounds that still haven't fully healed. Number 41, the Battle of Agincourt. The French knights thought victory was inevitable. They had the numbers, the armor, and the prestige. In the end, they were defeated as much by mud and arrogance as by the English.
Agincourt, or Azancourt, was Henry V's great victory. It cemented the young king's reign and turned the tide of English fortunes in the 100 Years' War against France.
In 1415, Henry V's exhausted army was cornered by a massive French force. Instead of blocking the English retreat, the French charged headlong into a narrow, muddy field.
Well, that's stupid.
Turned the ground into a swamp. Their heavy armor sank into the muck, leaving easy targets for English longbowmen. Thousands of French knights were slaughtered before they even reached the enemy. The English, vastly outnumbered, barely broke a sweat.
The mass of French infantry made a perfect target. Hundreds, thousands of English archers.
What is it? There was a group of army men who worked in the Pacific, or who were assigned to the Pacific. The Old Bastards is their unofficial nickname, but they were a division. Seriously, Nick the electrician has one on that. Yeah, but they went over to the Marines, and that's how they were actually an army division that were assigned to the Marines, or to work with them over there. And they made the comment that if we've learned anything from the Marines, when we're outnumbered, that's just a target-rich environment. And that was the first thing that came to mind when he said all these guys were down there and their archers were just picking them away. It's like, yeah, it's one of them target-rich environments.
Bent their backs and loosed their bows, unleashing an arrow storm.
Agincourt became a legendary victory and a brutal reminder that pride can drown an army faster than any sword. Number 40, filling the Hindenburg with hydrogen. The Hindenburg was supposed to be the future of luxury air travel.
Hindenburg provided something that no other type of aircraft could provide. 3-day passage from Europe to the United States in great luxury.
It was meant to usher in the era of international Zeppelin travel. Instead, it became a flaming symbol of human error. It was originally designed to use helium, a much safer non-flammable gas. Thanks to US export restrictions, its German engineers used hydrogen instead. Engineers knew the risks, but pressed ahead anyway, trusting that careful landing would prevent disaster. On May 6, 1937, the giant airship attempted to dock in New Jersey. Somehow, a spark tragically ignited. The ship erupted into flames in seconds, killing 36 people.
Miraculously, about 2/3 of the people on actually live through this disaster.
Filling a massive flying machine with hydrogen was a gamble leading to one of the most iconic disasters of the 20th century. Number 39, Russia selling Alaska to the US.
Hey, we did good.
Russia sold Alaska to the United States for $7.2 million. That's about 2 cents an acre.
It was quite a bargain, even at the time. That didn't stop critics who had never seen Alaska from dubbing it Seward's Folly.
The Russian Empire saw the territory as a frozen wasteland, impossible to defend and barely profitable. They believed,
and at the time, it probably was for them.
Using it in a future war. What they didn't realize was how much wealth lay hidden under the ice. Alaska would later yield massive oil, gold, and natural gas reserves. It became a key part of America's future booming economic success. Russia's short-term thinking handed away a resource-rich land for a bargain price.
Alaska became our 49th state in January of 1959 and is today recognized for its vast resources, including 25% of America's oil and 50% of its seafood.
Soviet-era Russians were likely kicking themselves for having lost out on a valuable foothold in the Western Hemisphere. Number 38. The Austrians defeat themselves at Karansebeş. You don't always need an enemy to lose a battle. Sometimes all you need are poor leaders and a whole lot of schnapps. In 1788, Austrian scouts were on the prowl for Ottoman forces. They stumbled across friendly locals offering alcohol instead. Soon, drunken brawls broke out between cavalry and infantry. Shots were fired. Someone shouted Turks and panic tore through the army. Austrian officers shouted halt in German. Non-German speaking troops mistook it for Turkish and assumed the Ottomans had infiltrated the camp. Chaos.
Oh, good Lord.
In the darkness, the Austrian army began firing on itself. Commanders even ordered artillery strikes against their own men. By morning, hundreds were dead, all without the Ottomans ever firing a shot. Number 37, the fall of Singapore. British commanders called Singapore a, quote, impregnable fortress. They were wrong. When Japan attacked in 1942, they bypassed Singapore's massive sea defenses entirely.
It was on the 15th of February 1942 that British High Command began to receive the first scarcely credible reports from the Pacific. The reports confirmed that Singapore, Britain's Gibraltar of the East, had fallen into the hands of the Japanese.
Instead, they invaded through the jungle. British leadership had assumed the thick Malayan jungles were impassable and left their land defenses dangerously weak. Japanese forces moved quickly, outflanking and overwhelming Allied troops. Poor communication, outdated equipment, and a total underestimation of Japanese capabilities sealed Singapore's fate. After just a week of fighting, the British side surrendered more than 80,000 troops.
As usual, a somber Winston Churchill reflected the mood of the country when he described the loss of Singapore as the greatest disaster and capitulation in British history.
It remains the largest surrender in British history. Singapore's fall shattered the myth of Western invincibility in Asia and changed the course of the Pacific War. Number 36, the Battle of Hattin. The Crusaders didn't just lose a battle at Hattin, they lost the whole of the Holy Land. In 1187, King Guy of Lusignan made a disastrous call. He marched his thirsty army into the desert to face Saladin.
فكرة قاتلة أدت بكارثة على المملكة الصليبية لأن كان معنى هذا قطع طريق حوالي 20 كيلو كذلك هناك حر الشمس يوليو في الصيف ولا تتوافر المياه لديهم ولم يؤمنوا خطوط تموين لهم.
Instead of holding their ground near water, the Crusaders staggered across open, dry plains. Saladin's forces cut them off from the wells, harassed them with attacks, and set the fields on fire. Surrounded and half dead from thirst, the Crusader army collapsed. King Guy was captured, and most of his knights were slaughtered.
By the end of the Battle of Hattin, the vast majority of Crusader forces had been either captured or killed. The list of prisoners included King Guy of Jerusalem and the cream of Christian nobility, principal among whom was Reynold of Châtillon.
The defeat shattered Christian power in the region and cleared the path for Saladin to reclaim Jerusalem. Number 35, General Meade doesn't follow through. The Battle of Gettysburg in 1863 should have been the end. It could have been the end. Robert E. Lee's army was battered, retreating, and trapped against a swollen Potomac River with no clear escape.
The Union Army was too powerful for the Confederates. On July 4th, Independence Day, Lee and his rebels retreated back into Virginia. The tide of the war had been turned in the Union's favor for good.
Union General George Meade had fresh reserves, higher ground, and the chance to crush the Confederacy once and for all. But the attack order never came. Meade chose caution over decisiveness. He allowed Lee to slip back into Virginia, bloodied but ready to rally.
The feared counterattack by General Meade failed to materialize, and instead, on the afternoon of the 4th of July, Lee began his retreat.
President Lincoln was furious, calling it a missed opportunity to end the war early. Instead, the Civil War dragged on for nearly 2 more years, costing thousands more lives. Meade had victory in his grasp and chose to let it walk away. Number 34, Brexit. It was supposed to settle a debate. Instead, it fractured a nation. In 2016, then Prime Minister David Cameron called a referendum on the UK's membership in the European Union, confident Remain would win.
On Monday, I will commence the process set out under our Referendum Act, and I will go to Parliament and propose that the British people decide our future in Europe.
It didn't. The Leave campaign won by a narrow margin, fueled by anti-immigration sentiment, economic frustration, and vague promises of national sovereignty. The political and economic fallout was immediate. Cameron resigned, the pound crashed, and years of bitter negotiations followed. Brexit destabilized British politics, isolated the UK economically, and sparked renewed tension in Scotland and Northern Ireland. Cameron's gamble to quiet his right flank ended up reshaping Britain's global future, and not for the better.
Even the most committed Brexiteer would find it quite difficult to say that it has worked as promised.
Number 33, the Battle of Teutoburg Forest. Rome thought Germania was pacified. It wasn't. In 9 CE, Roman general Publius Quintilius Varus marched 3 legions into unfamiliar forests, trusting a local ally named Arminius.
Arminius was undoubtedly the liberator of Germania. He fought the Romans when their power was at its height and decisively defeated them.
But Arminius wasn't loyal, at least not to Rome. Using his Roman military training, he lured Varus deep into the Teutoburg forest. There, Germanic guerrilla attacks shattered the Roman columns. Trapped in dense woods, unable to form battle lines, the legions were systematically slaughtered over 3 brutal days. Varus fell on his own sword rather than face capture. So did many of his officers. Rome lost between 15 and 20,000 men, 3 legionary eagles, and its dream of conquering Germania. The empire's frontier would never again push farther to the north.
Arminius's War of Liberation was devastating to the empire. It constituted the first time in which the Romans withdrew from conquered territory.
The end of Roman imperial expansion can be traced back with real validity to Arminius's victory.
Number 32, listening to Thomas Midgley Jr. Thomas Midgley Jr. wasn't just a bad scientist. He may be responsible for more accidental environmental harm than any other individual in history.
Oh, yeah.
Thomas Midgley continued with his research and, within a few months, made a new discovery.
We are still living with the deadly effects today. In the early 20th century, he introduced 2 innovations that changed the world. First, he added tetraethyl lead to gasoline, unleashing a neurotoxin that poisoned generations of children. Later, he helped invent CFCs like Freon, which would go on to shred Earth's ozone layer.
Sometimes they would say safe as milk, that it was perfect in every way, and that it was a miracle chemical, and it was proof that chemistry could solve any problem that people would have.
At the time, both were hailed as breakthroughs, but the long-term consequences were catastrophic. Elevated cancer rates, global air pollution, and a hole in the atmosphere itself. Number 31, the Dred Scott decision. Few Supreme Court rulings have aged as badly or caused as much damage as the Dred Scott decision. In 1857, the court ruled that Black Americans could not be citizens and had no right to sue in federal court.
That 11-year odyssey took them all the way up to the Supreme Court, the one that ruled against Dred Scott in 1857.
Worse, it declared that Congress had no power to ban slavery in U.S. territories. The decision enraged abolitionists, widened the sectional divide, and pushed the country closer to civil war. It was a catastrophic legal failure rooted in racism, short-term political appeasement, and a total misreading of the national mood.
The racist pro-slavery decision inflamed public opinion. It also angered a rising political star named Abraham Lincoln.
Instead of settling the slavery debate, Dred Scott lit the fuse that would explode just 4 years later at Fort Sumter. Number 30, Diocletian splits Rome into East and West.
He wants to destroy the Republic and rule Rome as a bloody tyrant! That's why!
The Roman Empire became increasingly large in its early years, so much so that Emperor Diocletian decided to divide it into 2 in the late 3rd century. This was intended to make it easier to govern, but it instead caused its decline. While this decision provided short-term stability by streamlining the empire's administration, it also created 2 separate power centers with different priorities. The Eastern Empire received Egypt, the wealthiest province, while the West struggled to sustain itself economically. Over time, this separation weakened the cohesion of the Roman Empire and made it increasingly difficult to manage. Eventually, Rome lost most of its western provinces, culminating in the erosion of control in Italy, when the empire fell to the Normans in 1071. Number 29, King Leopold II's rush to Africa.
The limbs and lives of millions of Congolese were brutally lost for the insatiable demands of King Leopold II, who governed this territory as his personal property.
The scramble for Africa remains one of the most appalling European ventures of the 19th century. The Industrial Revolution paved the way for Europeans to expand aggressively across the globe, often resorting to exploitation and violence. Among them was Belgian King Leopold II, who claimed sole ownership over the Congo Free State in 1885. His regime became infamous for its widespread atrocities and for plundering the nation's resources, while offering little benefit to its people. In fact, Leopold's government forced the Congolese people to extract rubber from their own land and punished those who failed to meet quotas with torture and mutilation. It was a private extraction economy, fueled by human suffering. Number 28, sending Diego de Landa to convert the Yucatan Peninsula. Diego de Landa was a Spanish Catholic missionary sent to the Yucatan Peninsula to convert the Maya people to Christianity. Once there, he sought to completely erase the indigenous beliefs, which he deemed heretical. In 1562, he ordered the burning of thousands of Maya books, claiming they were, quote, superstition and lies of the devil. This became known as the tragedy at Mani, and it erased tons of information about American history. In addition to this, Landa oversaw the...
It's not just history. What we have left of the Mayan Codex is just a small part. But what he destroyed were literally texts on medicine and plants and healing, geology, astronomy, and everything else. I mean, the fact that we were able to preserve the calendar and stuff is due to another priest at a later time. But it's just sad that, yeah, when he was sent there, he destroyed so much information that probably in this day and era could have saved a ton of lives.
Torture of Maya people who refused conversion. His methods were so despicable that he was eventually recalled to Spain and put on trial for his illegal inquisition.
Yes.
This is our one and only opportunity to peer into the Americas before the arrival of Europeans and hear these people speaking to us.
Number 27, Romanos IV recruiting a diverse army. The Roman Empire spent centuries of the medieval era fighting off Islamic invasions from the east. The Roman Seljuk border on the edge of Anatolia became the Roman Wild West, inspiring epic poems called the Acritic Songs. This all went downhill in 1071 when Romanos IV entered battle with the Seljuk Empire at Manzikert.
I have to apologize for this one, folks. I honestly don't, none of this even, no name here or anything even rings a bell, geography or anything. So I'm hoping something comes up that will jar some sort of historical memory.
The biggest mistake was recruiting a highly diverse army, composed of mercenaries from various backgrounds with no loyalties to the empire. This led to a military disaster, or even deserting to the Turkic side, which wasn't surprising given that many were Turkic themselves. Rome never fully regained control of Anatolia, a region it had called home for over 1,000 years.
I am in your debt. Ask me for anything, and I will provide it. Anything. Anything.
Number 26, Jefferson removing an anti-slavery passage from the Declaration of Independence.
When he wrote, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal." That was the first time anybody had bothered to write that down.
And then you turn the clock back and think of when he was writing, how young he was.
The Founding Fathers fought hard to establish equality for all. It just so happened that...
Yeah, it's just that he removed the anti-slavery passage because he knew there was no way in hell any of the others would sign it, or many of the others. Jefferson himself was a slave owner at some point. Or, you know, I don't know if he was at this point. I assume he was. Washington was. I mean, most of our founding fathers of this time and those who would be signing it, at least 2/3 of them were probably slave owners, or maybe not large plantation like you imagine, but they owned house servants or gardener, yard worker, you know, they had at least a couple if they were city people. Because they sure as hell weren't going to pay for staff on a weekly basis when they could get one, pay one fee and have them for life.
That equality prioritized white property-owning males over others. The original draft of the Declaration of Independence was more progressive than the final document, with Jefferson including a passage condemning slavery.
Every single word was precisely chosen. I assure you of that, Dr. Franklin.
Yes, but yours will not be the only hand in this document. It cannot be.
It referred to the practice as a, quote, cruel war against human nature, which was ironic considering Jefferson himself owned hundreds of slaves, but at least it was a step in the right direction. However, the omission of this passage allowed the cruel act to continue for decades and sowed the seeds of conflict that would later blossom into the Civil War. As a result, the eventual abolition of slavery was far more violent than it could have been.
I think he was a great founding father, but I also know that he enslaved many of my ancestors.
Number 25, Titanic Untested.
If there's the slightest bit of haze, we shall have to...
Oh, there's a bunch of stuff wrong on the Titanic.
Aye, aye, sir.
The RMS Titanic was tested multiple times before its maiden voyage and was deemed unsinkable. The vessel was an extraordinary feat of engineering, and the initial trials went remarkably well, with the ship successfully sailing down the River Lagan in 1911. Subsequent sea tests in 1912 successfully confirmed her speed and structure.
And of course, what had happened, she flew over the iceberg, and although she was supposed to be unsinkable, with a double bottom, the iceberg had cut her from forward on the starboard side to the engine room.
Unfortunately, these all overlooked the real-world extreme conditions. For example, the watertight compartments only reached the D-deck, meaning if water overflowed into upper compartments, it was doomed. Some argue that the disaster resulted from speeding at night, or turning into the iceberg rather than hitting it head-on, which only prolonged the collision. Ultimately, if it had only been tested more thoroughly, the tragedy might have been prevented.
The bow section planes away, landing about a half a mile away, going 20-30 knots when it hits the ocean floor.
Number 24, King Charles I dissolving Parliament.
And he stepped through a window to a huge crowd, all of whom must have been very used to the idea of public execution, but nothing like this.
The divine right of kings proved to be a myth when King Charles I was executed in 1649. This incident was spearheaded by Oliver Cromwell, whose revolutionary actions stemmed from the king's repeated dissolutions of Parliament. Charles did this in part after trying to secure funds for his wars abroad, and Parliament refused to comply. He then began imposing forced loans, putting people who refused to pay in prison.
On one side of the war were the royalists who supported Charles's position as supreme ruler. On the other were members of Parliament who believed that their king was too powerful.
Eventually, they passed the Petition of Right, seeking to limit his power, but Charles simply dissolved them and ruled without Parliament for 11 years, a period known as the 11 Years' Tyranny. His defiance culminated in the English Civil War in 1642, which was ignited by his relentless disregard for democracy.
Mr. Speaker, you will inform the members of this House that their presence is no longer required by the nation. This Parliament is, by my authority, terminated, dissolved.
Number 23, Operation Cyclone.
The CIA has more advanced weaponry available, but is wary of tipping their hand to Moscow. If the Soviets learn of America's secret involvement in Afghanistan, it could escalate into nuclear war.
The Soviet invasion of Afghanistan began in 1979, lasting an entire decade. America was vehemently opposed to communism and sought to prevent Soviet success. This is where Operation Cyclone comes in. It was a covert CIA operation that provided financial and military aid to the Afghan Mujahideen fighters. While the Mujahideen ultimately prevailed, this operation unintentionally fostered the rise of Al-Qaeda and the Taliban.
They understand that we're
Unfortunately, it seems like every time the CIA gets involved in another country, they put someone in power or end up developing a power vacuum that puts some sort of even worse demon in power. So when are they going to learn and stay the hell out of those politics? I know they were in Vietnam and Cambodia and all these other countries. They're part of the whole Castro fiasco in Cuba. CIA stayed the hell out of other people's fucking worlds. Stay out of their goddamn countries. You can check and see if they're going to try to come to our country and do shit, but stay the hell out of their fucking politics and quit helping one or the other.
Whoever comes in there ultimately wishes they hadn't, because nobody has ever stayed, ever.
After the war, the absence of a stable government caused a civil war, paving the way for a violent Taliban regime, notorious for human rights violations and collusion with terrorist groups. The region is still unstable today, and there have been numerous attacks on America since, orchestrated by the very groups it funded.
There was wild jubilation inside the country of Afghanistan as last weekend it became the first country in history to defeat the mighty Soviet Union.
Number 22, Lenin installing himself as a dictator.
Lenin didn't want to get involved with a movement that wasn't close to his ideas and under his control from the beginning. His idea of revolution was that it should be something which would be organized and disciplined and led by a revolutionary vanguard.
Vladimir Lenin was a passionate revolutionary who helped overthrow the Tsar in the February Revolution of 1917. The Constituent Assembly was democratically elected, intended to be Russia's new form of government. This was monumental since it was the first ever election in Russian history.
This is how we knew him. This is how we remember him.
Now, before I go much further in here, folks, you've probably been hearing these weird noises. Sounds like this. It's my squishy duck. I work at... I'm trying to get a good picture of them for you. Yeah. This thing is made out of some sort of material that allows you to just smush and smush and smush and stretch and squeeze and I don't know. Anyway, as I said, I work at this national chain super center, smaller one, but they had these on their shelves and a bunch of kids had picked them up and been playing with them, and they ended up in our returns section, which means parents weren't buying the damn things, but they let the kids play with them while they were there, and then they got put into a bucket to be taken back to, or into a cart to be taken back to where they belonged in the toy department. Well, I'm one of the ones who put some of that stuff away once in a while. All employees do as best they can when they have the time. And I found one of these, and I was having such a bad day. I really was. I had been called names. I'd been called a racist because I worked the front door, and one of the things we do is check receipts of things that are not, to see if the things not in bags had been charged, that the people have been charged for them. And on the other token, I had been given the okay, or the warning to count the numbers of those things because we had had a problem with one of our scanners double clicking and double charging people for items. And if they had a large amount, and while I can only look at those, I can at least say, okay, you only have one of these under here. Do you have another one? No? Then you might want to go over and get a refund because we accidentally screwed up. Well, I was called a racist. I had someone leave feces on a chair that I did not see until after I sat in it. And I had to actually go home during my lunch break to change clothes because I had human feces on my clothes. There were a number of screaming children with no discipline. Or with no one choosing to be a disciplinarian to them at that time. We had dealt with shoplifters. And it was because, let's just say, as my evening was winding down, I was starting to feel just, So when I was putting this thing away, I found myself just squeezing the heck out of it and going crazy. It made me feel better. Kind of like a stress ball. Except a little bit softer, and because I have arthritis, and like I said, it'll probably work like a stress ball or a exercise ball for weak hands, because I do have arthritis, but I've been using it as my emotional support ducky. So this is my emotional support duck, Squishy Duck, and like I said, do not feel bad, Squishy Duck is here to be mushed. So that when I feel stressed, I can wring his neck instead of those who I feel deserve it more. If you can come up with a name for Squishy Duck,
The assembly didn't last long, however.
I don't know. Maybe I'll make you a mod or whatever. I haven't come up with a good name for him yet.
His seizure of power set the stage for the Soviet Union's totalitarian regime, with Lenin establishing the secret police and laying the foundations for Stalin's subsequent reign of terror. Number 21, Louis XVI's financial aid to America.
When I return from St. Cloud, you can be sure that I will resume my regime, and hopefully everything will go swimmingly.
During the American Revolution, Louis XVI decided to provide substantial financial and military aid to the 13 colonies.
Yes.
This support played a crucial role in securing the Americans' victory. It severely crippled France's economy. The effort cost the country 1.8 billion livres, which was more than double their annual income.
America bankrupts France, in effect, because the debt which the French monarchy incurs in order to fight the American War of Independence turns out to be absolutely crucial in the financial situation of the French monarchy.
This caused a further strain on an economy that was already burdened by massive debt from the 7 Years' War. By 1789, Louis XVI had hiked taxes massively, igniting the French Revolution. Of course, there were a myriad...
Well, France, I know there's probably other reasons behind it. So, to anyone in France who happens to watch this and has these comments, as a modern American, I thank you, your ancestors, for providing help to my ancestors. Well, not my specific ancestors, but those who created this country so that I could be here. There are moments I don't want to be here now, but every world or every country, I'm sure, has its positive and negatives. I don't believe there is any without any. If there are, please tell me where it is. I mean, if it's all just one happy medium, but I know every country's got its positive and negative sides, and as an American, overall, I got it pretty good. As a North American from the United States, I obviously have it pretty good. I am not at the top of the heap. I am not at the very bottom. I'm not even, I'm lower class, but not. And that's only because they've raised what you need to make to be a middle class individual these days. No, actually, I do think we might be considered middle class, but you almost have to be upper class to actually live extravagantly. We live comfortably. We have enough money to pay our bills, to go out and eat once in a great while, to buy the groceries we want and or need. We're not just barely surviving. So for that, I am very thankful. And so for that, I also want to say, while it may have been bad for your country at that time, or maybe it turned out to be positive, maybe it was just bad for Louis and his stupidity and excesses. I don't know, maybe you're happy we got rid of Louis V, but his descendants who had to suffer because he sent all the resources and money over to the Americas, I appreciate it.
Myriad of factors that contributed to the uprising, like deep social inequalities and harvest failures. But funding the American Revolution was a disastrous miscalculation.
Are you admiring your Lime Avenue? I'm saying goodbye.
Number 20, the Bay of Pigs invasion.
As the sun rises, there is a surprise attack from Castro's Air Force. The B-26s are shot down.
In April 1961, the United States of America aided anti-Castro Cuban exiles in an invasion of their former country. It was a complete disaster.
It was a shit show.
Thanks to some loose lips by the exiles. And the CIA knew they knew, yet failed to inform President John F. Kennedy.
Kennedy could see all sorts of complications. There was no reason to believe that we could take Cuba over in a week.
Furthermore, the original invasion plan, which had been drafted under President Dwight D. Eisenhower, called for U.S. air and naval support, which Kennedy withheld after a certain point. The debacle only served to solidify Fidel Castro's rule, while also showing communist leaders worldwide that the U.S. could be defeated.
The enemy was confused. He had thought that our defense would crumble under the very first attack. He did not expect all the Cuban people to rise against him.
Oh, and it made possible the whole Cuban Missile Crisis thing. Number 19.
Yeah.
The Donner Party's shortcut.
Early autumn storms trapped the wagons, and they were forced to construct makeshift camps for the winter. The result was extreme suffering and starvation.
One of the most infamous pioneering groups in American history, the Donner Party consisted of 87 settlers who set out for California in the 1840s. By the time they reached their destination, only 48 remained, thanks to a multitude of costly errors. They set out too late in the season, leading to
number one, stupidity.
Undersupplied and accepted more members as they went, leading to further shortages. They didn't have a guide and took a route that was untested. There was infighting and even murder within the party, and when the group was stranded by a blizzard in the Sierra Nevada mountains, some were forced to resort to cannibalizing their deceased members to survive. The Donner Party did everything wrong.
Some people came through it heroically. And some of the people in that party were far from heroes, and they got worse as the conditions got worse.
Number 18.
Yes.
Churchill decides to invade Gallipoli.
Has it been a success or hasn't it?
Well, it's hard to say, sir.
During the First World War, fighting had stalemated in Europe, and Russia was engaged with the Ottoman Empire in the Caucasus, seeking to divert Central Powers forces from Europe and cut off the Ottomans. The Allies, with Winston Churchill spearheading it, decided to attack present-day Turkey. To reinforce naval forces, the Gallipoli Peninsula was invaded. The campaign was a colossal failure. The Allies drastically underestimated the Ottoman forces and used inexperienced troops and commanders, resulting in a 10-month-long engagement with over 500,000 men killed or wounded. The Allies were forced to retreat, with Britain's reputation suffering heavily over the debacle and Churchill losing his job. At least Turkey and the allied New Zealand and Australia gained some national pride over their roles.
Excuse me, sir. British are ashore at Suvla.
Are they meeting heavy opposition?
None, sir. Apparently they've called a halt and the officers are sitting on the beach drinking cups of tea.
Number 17. Battle of the Little Bighorn.
The village was always on the move. They knew the army was out after them. And to the United States Army to capture a fleeing village was an impossible task.
Also known as Custer's Last Stand, the Battle of the Little Bighorn is one that has been romanticized in the folklore of the United States. However, General George Armstrong Custer's numerous mistakes have left its legacy far more muddled. In 1876, Custer met his end when attacking a force of Allied Plains Native Americans near the Little Bighorn River in Montana. Custer was outnumbered and had split his forces into several smaller groups, and the Native Americans had superior rifles.
He realizes he doesn't have enough troops to do the job. He sends a rider south with a note calling for more men and more ammo.
Custer had rejected not only reinforcements, but also several Gatling guns, which may have turned the tide of battle.
First and foremost, as much as Libby Custer went about trying to make her husband's legacy good, I feel sorry for the soldiers under Custer. I used to work for a gaming charity that actually supported the Fort Abraham Lincoln area. Fort Abraham Lincoln also not only is a historical fort, it was also the home of George and Libby Custer. It was from this fort that he and his soldiers left to come to the Battle of the Little Bighorn. Custer may have been given some whitewashing by his wife, but real history knows that he was a complete jerk. He might have been good to his wife. And when it came to the Indians, oh, heavens, God, I can't apologize to our indigenous population more than when I talk about this, or personally when I talk about this guy, because he's from my home, or not from my home territory, but I lived in the Dakotas, North Dakota, most of my life. This same area and one of the other clans has an indigenous village recreation, because they're rebuilding the fort. You know, they found all this and there was a few pieces left, and but the house was literally all that was, but they have recreated a lot of the fort. It is also where the veteran cemetery was moved to. And they also have the basic original Indian community area of when they had literally the lodges, the bigger ones, the earth lodges. And then they had another fort that is just a short distance away, not too far, in that same general area, where there is where Lewis and Clark wintered. So to give you, it's a very historic area. Even though North Dakota always seems to be considered nothing, it's actually got some good historical areas, especially on the west half, because it was where most of the interesting things happened at our earlier histories. Along the other side of the state, along the Red River, it was a different type of historical BS that went on. But I really think that Yes, Custer going to the Little Bighorn to kill an entire village of wintering, or get, because this was a full group village. He was trying to wipe out an entire group of people. He's going to create an entire genocide of those people. So the fact that they took him out, and through some bad battle tactics and whatnot, not necessarily his, but communication and battle tactics that went wrong, quite bluntly, though I feel sorry for all of his soldiers, he was the one who ultimately made the decision for this attack, and so I have no sympathy for Custer.
The decision to attack before the rest of the army arrived resulted in Custer's death, and the deaths of around half of his men.
Lieutenant Colonel George Custer and over 200 of his men annihilated in a defeat that devastated America in 1870.
They deserved it.
Number 16, Napoleon's invasion of Russia. The Little Corporal's grand army of 680,000.
See, they talk about that part, but they don't talk about the fact that in the beginnings of this, and the reason for this is that he was going, part of his group was sent to the actual village to kill the women, children, infants, and elders who could not, and infirmed who could not fight. He was going to annihilate a people. Okay? So if you're wondering why I don't have any sympathy for Custer, it's because he was a cruel SOB. And he had no reason to have been in charge there other than the fact that he survived the frickin' Civil War in the military. And they put him out there as a colonel. Because that is his highest rank. He got the case of general only as a field commission because, like I said, he survived his commanding officers.
1,000 soldiers strolled into Russia hoping for a quick and easy defeat, only to find the Russian forces to be constantly retreating. Using what's known as a scorched earth tactic, the Russians would burn down villages so that the pursuing French army would have no supplies to feed their vast numbers. Eventually, winter came, and the French forces were subject to starvation, hypothermia, and eventually defeat. It was a harsh lesson, but one that every military leader has since taken to heart. Never underestimate the environmental factors when fighting on enemy soil. Number 15.
Exactly.
Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. Now it's time for the Russians, or in this case the Soviets, to take a beating, as the 1979 invasion of this Middle Eastern country was decidedly not a win for them. Wanting to protect communist interests in the country, the Soviets sent over 100,000 soldiers after the assassination of the president of the Afghanistan Communist Party. However, due to the alien nature of the communist way of life, an Afghani and Muslim resistance rose up with monetary aid from a certain Western capitalist arch-enemy of the Soviets. The ensuing conflict would result in the death of almost 15,000 Soviet soldiers, a Soviet withdrawal, and a continued civil war in the country. Number 14. The Spanish Armada's failed invasion of England.
The difficult question of how to transport a Spanish army safely to England in the face of a very strong and active English navy.
The summer of 1588 saw the formation of a Spanish Armada, which set sail for England in an attempt to overthrow Elizabeth I to restore Catholicism to the nation. However, the Spanish and Portuguese vessels were engaged in the English Channel by an English and Dutch armada. Although the Spanish Armada had larger ships and more men, the defenders had more ships that were more maneuverable and better armed. The Spanish were defeated, forcing a retreat. Not only did they fail to restore Catholics to power in England, but their failure arguably emboldened Protestants across Europe and led to the decline of Spain as an international power.
Now Drake had proved that the English designed warship was superior to anything that the Spanish or anyone else could put to sea.
Number 13. The Fourth Crusade. Pope Innocent III called for the retaking of Jerusalem by Christians. The Holy City was then Muslim-controlled, and the plan was to attack the Ayyubid Sultanate in Egypt, the largest Muslim empire at the time. However, a series of blunders
I know the Crusades were supposed to be religious wars that the Pope enacted. But how much of the plunder went to the church? Because I'm sure that they were expected a share, and then, but the people that came to fight had to supply their own armies and all the material. They had to armor them, train them, feed them, get them across the ocean to the fight, or march them where they were going, however close they were. And all the time the church kept getting richer. But they're all supposed to be religious wars, but to me it seemed more along the lines of power grab and money. Maybe I might be wrong because I do not know the history of the Crusades seriously. So if a historian ever comes on and wants to give me a little insight, or maybe a link to a video that talks more about the Crusades in documentary form, I would love to listen to it.
Led to the Crusaders doing nearly the opposite of their stated goal. When not enough Crusaders embarked from Venice, the army that arrived there could not pay for passage. Furthermore, these same Crusaders sacked Zara, a Catholic city, under Venice's instruction to recoup their investment. The Pope excommunicated them. Then, these Crusaders retook the Orthodox Christian-controlled Constantinople for Alexios IV, who promised them support in retaking Jerusalem. However, they sacked the city when he was deposed. The Fourth Crusade only served to weaken Christian-controlled Byzantium. Number 12, the Chernobyl meltdown.
Comrade Diatlov, I apologize, but what you're saying makes no sense.
Raise the power.
No. I won't do it. It isn't safe.
The Chernobyl nuclear disaster is arguably the world's worst nuclear incident that wasn't intentional. On April 26, 1986, the number 4 reactor at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant exploded during a safety test. While the disaster was partly the result of failures in Soviet safety procedures and the design of the reactor itself, operator error also played a major factor. Extreme conditions were created due to the negligence of those in charge. Additionally, the test was conducted by the less experienced night shift at the plant instead of the day shift. The end result was an unprecedented catastrophe that, had it not been contained, could have poisoned most of Eastern Europe.
At long last, we have arrived.
You've done a pretty bad job.
Explosion.
Number 11, Hernán Cortés's alliance with the Aztecs' enemies.
What rational beings live here, wrote Cortés. This is the best and richest land that ever there was.
The Aztec Empire once ruled a vast and culturally diverse region of Mesoamerica, home to roughly 6 million people at its greatest extent. Hernán Cortés, a Spanish explorer, arrived in Mexico in 1519 on a mapping expedition. He quickly realized how politically fragmented the region was, and allied with some of the Aztecs' enemies, of which there were many.
He was a poor boy from the small town of Medellin, trained not in war, but in law.
Although Cortés brought just over 2,000 Spaniards, these alliances swelled his forces to well over 100,000 soldiers. Their superior technology and immune systems decimated the Aztecs in 1521 and resulted in a full-blown cultural genocide of the indigenous peoples. Number 10, Mao's Great Leap Forward. Murdering millions of your own people is always a bad idea, but that's just what happened in China during the early to mid-20th century. In an attempt to rapidly industrialize the nation, the communist leaders tried to institute a demand for crops that the people could not meet. The resulting famine caused deaths around the country. However, famine was not the only cause of death during the Great Leap. Many reports of torture, beatings, and people taking their own lives have surfaced throughout the years. An exact death toll is nigh impossible to nail down, but it's been estimated at anywhere between 23 and 55 million people. And no amount of progress is worth such a steep cost. Number 9, the toppling of Mohammad Mossadegh in Iran. Once again, we travel to the Middle East, but this time it's some devotees of capitalism that would make the mistake. The
Of
mission
course.
was known as Ajax in the US and Operation Boot in the UK, but the principles were the same. Protect Western oil interests in Iran. How? By overthrowing the democratically elected prime minister and installing a monarch more sympathetic to the US's and the UK's demands. That's exactly
And
what they
where
did.
does it get us in the
CIA
end?
hired local mobsters to incite riots. What followed was the death and subjugation of many of the Iranian people, and a period of unrest that would eventually lead to the Iranian Revolution of 1979. Number 8. Escalating the Vietnam War.
General, will this entail any offensive operations?
No, I don't believe it will.
In the 1960s, communism was spreading to Southeast Asia, and the prospect of a country willingly embracing it was intolerable to the West. In 1956, an election to unify Vietnam was scheduled, but the United States, supposed champions of the free world, opposed it for fear of communism being democratically and peacefully adopted. Eventually, in 1964, the Gulf of Tonkin incident occurred, involving alleged attacks on U.S. Navy ships by North Vietnamese patrol boats.
The disillusionment for me began when I was going back to fight at places we'd already fought before. We had fought, captured, and then left, and the NVA came right back.
One of these attacks apparently didn't even happen, but that didn't seem to matter. The US used it as a pretext to escalate things further, and eventually became embroiled in one of their bloodiest wars. The conflict claimed 58,000 American lives and over 1 million Vietnamese. Number 7. George W. Bush invading Iraq in 2003. Whether you believe it was motivated by weapons of mass destruction, the 9/11 attacks, or a need for oil, we can all agree that this 2003 attack on the Middle East was divisive for the American people and devastating for the Iraqi. It kicked off a costly 8+ year Iraq war, which, rather than fighting terrorism, arguably fostered it, most notably giving rise to ISIS. On the home front, it turned America into a nation divided, with one half of the population supporting the war and the other half vehemently against it. In other words, some were a little bit country and some were a little bit rock and roll. Shout out to South Park fans. Number 6. Austria-Hungary decides to start a war. In 1914, Archduke Franz Ferdinand, the heir to the Austro-Hungarian Empire, was assassinated by Bosnian Serb nationalists. Austria-Hungary couldn't let the killing of their next ruler go lightly and decided to attack Serbia in retaliation. However, with Russia allied with Serbia, they wanted support from Germany in any conflict. By delaying their attack, Austria-Hungary ensured that Russia and its allies, France, and later the United Kingdom, entered the conflict as well. All these events spiraled into the First World War. Granted, advances in military technology and the numerous European alliances ensured a massive conflict was bound to break out. But Austria-Hungary was the first to declare war. Number 5. Russia invades Ukraine.
The denazification and demilitarization of Ukraine. That was his outrageous justification for all this. The first based on a lie, the second a euphemism for invasion.
Russia invaded Ukraine in February of 2022. Despite Russian claims of Ukrainian Nazism, it was more likely to prevent Ukraine from joining NATO. Regardless of the reasons, the invasion has been costly for both countries and the world economy. Tens of thousands have been killed on both sides. A refugee crisis has developed, not only in Ukraine, but also in Europe, as thousands seek to flee the draft.
We are not afraid. We are ready to defend our country.
Plus, countries worldwide have imposed sanctions on Russia, destroying its economy. This is an ongoing conflict, so the full extent of how bad a decision it is cannot be stated at this time. However, even the ramifications thus far are horrendous.
This road lined with Russian tanks, destroyed when the Ukrainians were able to take this town back.
Number 4. Japan brings the United States into World War II.
Yeah, that was a bad move for Japan. They should have left things alone.
Harsh sanctions from the USA, Britain, and the Dutch, who all had territory in the Pacific and or ties to China. This effectively robbed them of many necessary resources, including oil. Rather than lose face by withdrawing, Japan decided to declare war on the United States, attacking Pearl Harbor in Hawaii in 1941. This was a huge mistake. The USA retaliated with a costly and brutal war in the Pacific, leading to millions of deaths and the only instance of nuclear weapons used in warfare. The long-term effects on Japan were immense and still ripple through the country today.
Look at them all. I mean, we chewed them up. They just kept on coming.
Number 3. Hitler invading Russia. There's a quote that reads, "Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it." And that's exactly what the Nazis did in 1941. Despite studying Napoleon's first invasion of Russia as
Mega.
Nazis' attempted invasion of the Soviet Union,
You're trying to recreate a past, and we don't want it.
Just like Napoleon, they planned on achieving a swift
And if you don't want to be considered Nazis, then knock it off.
And resulted in over 5 million deaths. Number 2. Angering Genghis Khan. Many angered the Great Khan during his reign over the Mongol Empire, but none so spectacularly as the Alauddin Muhammad II, Shah of the Muslim Khwarezmian Empire. The result of infuriating the Khan meant the destruction of Alauddin's empire. But keep in mind that didn't have to be the case. Genghis wanted peace with the Shah, saying, quote, "I am master of the lands of the rising sun, while you rule those of the setting sun. Let us conclude a firm treaty of friendship and peace." The Shah refused, killing some Mongolian envoys. The result was, as previously stated, less than favorable for the Shah. It just goes to show, never mess with a Mongol. Before we continue, be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos.
And yes, please, folks, as you watch my videos, this is Watch Mojo. Go over, give them every one of the creators I have put in here, from the first who is Adam Kauser, all the way to Watch Mojo, which was this last one here, and the next one I do. Please, please, please go give them the proper love. Give them a like, give them a subscribe, share their video to someone you think might be interested in it. And at the same time, feel free to give me those same likes, subscribes, and shares if you like what I'm doing. I am both on Twitch and YouTube.
You have the option to be notified for occasional videos or all of them. If you're on your phone, make sure you go into your settings and switch on notifications. Number 1. The victorious Allies impose harsh terms on Germany after World War I. The Treaty of Versailles. The moment that would define the next half of the 20th century. The moment that would lead to the rise of fascism, the Nazis, and eventually the Holocaust. After a long and brutal World War I, the victorious Allies were tasked with punishing the losers, and punish them they did. The most important factor of the treaty was that Germany had to take total and complete blame for the war, which meant they had to disarm and pay reparations to all affected countries. This would
And their reparations basically turn their own country into starving people. And hungry people tend to get angry and tend to not care again. All they did was create a cycle for the Second World War.
Bankrupt the European country and set the stage for a very sinister time in human history. History buffs, what's the worst decision we decided to leave out? Let us know in the comments below.
673 men started out.
The Treaty of Versailles is one.
Stop it. So, I have a little less than a half hour left, folks. So I'm gonna find one of the shorter videos. I've been talking too much. I gotta shorten up my time frame here today than what I had ready. Okay. We're gonna go over to Extinct Zoo.
And violent, bloody conflict.
Stop. It's called Extinct Zoo. I do not know much about it. But it says the forgotten prehistoric war that killed 90% of all men. I know it says forgotten, But I'm gonna want to say maybe just not they did not have the writing in the way we do. If they had oral histories, there's not going to be a lot of the losers to talk about it. And the winners are going to say what they have to say, and they're going to forget about it fairly quick when they basically annihilated the population.
Within every single one of us, there are approximately 3.16 billion base pairs of DNA, which contain not only our genetic information, but also hold our deepest biological secrets.
Exactly.
The darkest, most twisted ones.
Cool.
At least that's the case according to a few studies, which have apparently found evidence that not so long ago, much of the known world was rife in violent, bloody conflict that was so brutal that its ramifications have lasted until today. It is completely unknown to most, and yet in some ways represents the first global conflict humanity has ever experienced, as it spanned across much of the inhabited world, making violence near universal and escape impossible. It's not every day that we find evidence for such a destructive conflict, let alone through our very own DNA. But that's supposedly what happened after researchers analyzed the genomes of modern populations, finding evidence of a very distinct genetic bottleneck. Now, bottlenecks in general is what occurs when a population experiences a drastic drop in numbers, resulting in lower genetic diversity. And it is honestly somewhat common in nature, with even humans having endured more than one, with a particularly deadly and famous one having took place approximately 900,000.
I was gonna say, I would say each time we had ice ages, throughout history there have been way too many versions of famine or droughts and flooding and whatnot, and volcanic activity and whatnot that is going to destroy populations due to the lack of food. I mean, okay, Pompeii, for example, that place was completely covered in ash. But how far out around that, beyond that, before there was actual usable farmland and stuff again? You know, so anyone who even did survive, if they had survived Pompeii itself, may not have survived because of starvation after that. So I want to believe that we've had a few of those throughout history of mankind, even if it was not written
1,000 years ago due to Mother Nature's shenanigans. But the one I'm talking about, and that these researchers identified, was much more recent and seemingly our own fault. To be exact, a team took a look at chromosome sequences in contemporary humans and noticed evidence of a massive drop in genetic diversity only a few thousand years ago during the late Neolithic period in the Old World, i.e. Europe, Asia, Middle East, etc., and suggesting that a lot of people died or disappeared relatively quickly. Now, anything that heavily impacts a population could have been considered an answer to this mysterious die-off. Yet what was so odd is that the bottleneck was only really seen in Y chromosome diversity, which is unique to males and passed on from father to son. While in the mitochondrial DNA, which is passed down through females, researchers found no matching drop in diversity. In other words, something had happened which clearly affected a lot of men, but not nearly as many women, leading to the researchers' idea that unprecedented violence may have been the explanation. Because if the perpetrator was a volcanic eruption, severe weather, or some other form of Mother Nature, you'd expect the drop in genetic diversity to be more or less equal between genders, not just in one.
Right.
And really, a drop is not the best word to describe what happened to the men, as a more appropriate word would be decimated, with the scientists estimating that this event was so horrific that by the time it subsided, the effective male population in Africa, Europe, Asia, and the Middle East had been reduced by up to 95%, meaning that theoretically, only 1 in 20 men survived this purge, with women possibly outnumbering men 17 to 1. No conflict in
Whoa.
recorded history comes even close to this kind of lethality by a percentage, not even World War I or World War II. And if you wanted to recreate such a brutal conflict today, then there'd have to be a loss of approximately 3.9 billion men, leaving only about 200 million standing. Naturally, when someone claims that our DNA is proof that a terrible conflict happened, you'd expect to find at least a couple of bodies lying around that we could point to as hard evidence. And as it turns out, there are lots and lots and lots of them. In fact, it's actually hard to miss them, and we discovered well over 250 late Neolithic dated sites where violent deaths have occurred, and that's just in Europe alone. And even in general, Neolithic humans are notorious for being found in grim conditions, and containing unparalleled amounts of bodily harm, especially when compared to earlier or later humans. With one analysis of more than 2,300 early farmers, finding that over 10% of the men and women displayed injuries reflecting weapons, likely from raiding parties or competition that attacked for their crops and livestock. Another analysis of 338 individuals in Spain found that 23% showed signs of aggressive damage, with adult and adolescent males especially being heavily impacted, making up 97% of the unhealed individuals and 81% of those that showed healed trauma, suggesting that it was very common to experience more than one violent encounter in a lifetime. And obviously these numbers are pretty darn high, but they're not the 95% inferred in the study. Yet research points out that in many cases, violent attacks don't actually leave marks in the bones, with only 15% of fatal melee attacks with sharp weapons leaving any sort of bone lesions behind. And you also have to take into account infections, disease, and other indirect modes of death that are associated with conflict. Now, obviously, these weren't the first people to be found murdered by their own, but their frequency was no doubt extreme. And scientists noted two things that became exceptionally common during this period: battles and indiscriminate massacres, with multiple sites of brutality being known of. One of the most gruesome is the Talheim death pit located in Germany, which is dated to about 5000 BC. Here, scientists unearthed the remains of at least 34 individuals who had been brutally slain. And what's crazy is that none of the skeletons bore any kind of defensive injuries, which implies that they were fleeing and not fighting the attacking party. And across the board, the killing blows could all be placed in just three categories: those that were made by a sharp side of an adze-like tool, those by the blunt side, and finally, the ones killed by arrows, which only accounted for 3 of the 34 victims. Analysis on the skulls also showed that warriors back then often aimed for the head, with all but 4 of the skeletons having lethal cranial injuries, sometimes on top of already deadly wounds. And among the dead, 16 had been children, 9 of them adult men, and 7 being older females, while younger women were noticeably absent, a popular theme amongst Neolithic massacre sites, suggesting that they were viewed as valuable and likely as a trophy, being kidnapped by the victors. This particular attack took place within a settlement that possessed fortifications, like palisades, which only further proves that back then, there was a strong need to wall yourself off from other humans. And sure enough, other massacre sites that took place in settlements also had fortifications, like the Massacre of Schlitz, which likely took place in 5000 BC as well, occurring not so far away in Austria. And this one was far deadlier, with 200 victims being known of that were carelessly dumped in a mass grave after a raid on a settlement. Like Talheim, there was again a noticeable lack of dead women, and lots of dead men, but this slaughter did differ in some ways. First off, on top of presumably kidnapping adult women, they also might have captured pre-teens and young teenagers, as they too were noticeably few among the dead. And another grim difference was that in this attack, many of the dead were found without their arms and legs, while severed skulls were located separately, evidence of potential torture and human dismemberment. This could have also been a tradition for the attacking party, and showcased that different combatants had varying rituals. For example, in Asia, headhunting was particularly common. And another poignant case that further demonstrates this happens to be the largest known prehistoric mass grave, Herxheim, in Germany, and it occurred between 5300 and 4950 BC. But instead of a ravaged settlement, archaeologists actually believe they found a community that were the ravagers, having created at least 80 pits right outside their 15-acre large village that were essentially filled to the brim with victims, which so far is estimated to have exceeded 1,000 individuals, possibly up to 1,500, and ranged in age from newborns to elders. And if we account for the population difference between then and now, it would almost be like a city building a mass grave with over 800,000 corpses right outside their city walls. And nearly each one was processed in a similar way, with the native population dismembering and breaking bones while also cleaving their skulls down the middle. In fact, so many skulls were cut and seemingly defleshed that researchers reckon that this community were skull cultists that used the heads in some ritual, and most likely ate pieces of them as well, with the brain being an especially prized part considering its fatty content. There are also signs that the tongues were often removed from the dead and that the bones were crushed for easy marrow extraction. And to sprinkle just a bit more queasiness into this, scientists further realized that there were less spongy bone elements than there should have been, and that certain bones, like the metapodials and hand phalanges, showed preferential biting. In other words, these guys had their favorite parts of the body to munch on. Plus, many of the bodies were cooked, with some even showing signs of having been spit roasted. And then, when it was all said and done, bones were processed into cups, other items, or turned into decorations, as some were found near or on spikes, where the entrance of the settlement was situated. Suffice to say, this was just about the worst group you could get caught by. But avoiding them might have been harder than you would think, because despite the lack of transportation back then, they still managed to wage war on a large scale, with many of their victims having come from vastly different cultures, some of which were only found 300 miles or 482 kilometers away. The dead also ranged in lifestyle, with some having isotopes demonstrating that they were hunter-gatherers, while others had been farmers. And then you also had victims that came from up in the mountains and those from the lowlands, which all points to the idea that Herxheim's natives were horrifically bloodthirsty people who managed to carry out successful raids that required not only tactics, but a certain level of logistics. And not to mention that while their settlement was large by a Neolithic standard, it was still significantly smaller than 1,000. And when I say 1,000, I mean less than 50 people. So impressive, in a very dark way. That being said, there are still some mysteries regarding this place, like who exactly were the dead? Captives of war, slaves, or were some just unlucky travelers that got too close? Also, no one is really sure what happened to the natives of Herxheim, with some tests suggesting that the settlement was abandoned soon after the massacres took place, with a maximum settlement time of 50 years following the burials, leading people to wonder if another group came seeking retribution. So obviously, it's hard to argue against Herxheim as being the most gruesome sight we know of, but such
rates up there.
brutality was not isolated to just this case, and many more instances are known of. Warriors that collected heads, you've got it. Groups that systematically broke and removed shins, yep, there was that too. Xenophobic groups that hunted down and mutilated newcomers, boom, done. And then finally, you even had fighters that buried people alive, because apparently that was a thing as well. In addition to a diverse range of brutality, there was also a lot of diversity when it came to the weapons themselves, and many kinds of blunt and sharp weapons were used in battles, such as adzes, spears, bows and arrows, axes, clubs, knives, scrapers, sickle and hoes, hammers, and the list goes on. And unfortunately for combatants, the level of armor back then did not match the innovativeness of their weapons, with no standard protection being known of, and fighters likely didn't wear much besides animal skin, woven cloth, and plant material. This all made living exceptionally difficult for anyone, but especially for men capable of fighting, and simply growing up was an accomplishment, with a level of violence resulting in a measly lifespan of between 20 and 33 years old, and thus tying it for first place for the time when modern humans died the youngest. And this is even accounting for infant mortality, as even if you made it to, say, 15, you'd still be expected to not make it past 33. And so with all this nightmare fuel considered, it really just leads to one simple question, which is, what the hell was going on? Why was everyone seemingly in a non-stop fight with everyone else? And sadly, there isn't one single clear answer to this, but there are a few different ideas. And ironically, one of the top hypotheses pins it off as humans flying too close to the sun. To be exact, not so long before the violence kicked off, humanity entered the Neolithic Revolution, also known as the First Agricultural Revolution. This period in history saw many human cultures transition from hunter-gatherers to settlers and farmers. This allowed for a boost in population and the ability to establish full-fledged settlements, which in turn led to progress in other areas as well. And this sounds great on paper, but this success also meant that humans could now better organize large battle-worthy groups, courtesy of said settlements. and had access to a wider range of weapons than ever before.
Think about it, they probably, before it started out as, I mean, it was probably hunting groups that went out after meat before they started raising animals. I can see where some hunter-gatherer groups would be upset if they had a routine route they took in their lives and some group came in and destroyed it.
Additionally, this shift provided humans with new reasons to kill that didn't really exist beforehand, as they now knew that settlements and farms equaled guaranteed loot, food, and women all in one place. Furthermore, by proximity alone, settlements might have been viewed as hostile by others, and potentially as existential threats, leading to the notion that all neighbors were bad news and had to go. Another more specific idea that tries to answer how the Y chromosome in particular was so obliterated beyond just the violence states that as the revolution was underway, societal structures reorganized, with more and more people forming patrilineal kin groups. Perhaps because trust was a rare commodity and it was easier to rely on those you were related to. And this resulted in unrestricted movement for women, but very much
It might have had something else to do with it too. There's no guarantee they knew about birth control and how a child was born in some of these ages, earliest stages of Neolithic and stuff. Women just brought forth a child. They were the bringers of life. They may have been considered too important to kill outright, but they had no problems killing the elderly because they were beyond childbearing years. But breeding purposes, quite bluntly, may have been a big reason for these wars. Because these little groups eventually would start dying out if they didn't understand bloodline.
In other words, no outsiders allowed if you were a guy. This would have made the Y chromosome very vulnerable, and explains why it was so affected when these clans waged war against one another, and ultimately leading to the genetic bottleneck being very much one-sided. But like many ideas, there are those that disagree with this hypothesis, and instead actually propose a peaceful explanation to this. Now obviously, as the abundance of skeletons show, violence was quite prevalent at the time. But, in terms of the genetic bottleneck, one team of scientists thinks that patrilineal clans may have split up often through a peaceful process called lineal fission. Since these new clans were made up of closely related males, their Y chromosome lineages became more vulnerable to disappearing over time, especially due to environmental hardships. This led to a gradual drop in Y chromosome diversity, as some male lineages were very successful in surviving and others slowly faded away. This was only further compounded by reproductive fitness, where some groups were much more successful, which led to more growing and splitting, only reinforcing their dominance, while others just couldn't keep up and eventually vanished. Of course, there is then the possibility that actually both of these ideas were on the right track, with peaceful and violent factors having worked together to bring the effective male population way down.
Very
Whatever
much
the case,
so.
There's certainly no denying that something happened. And to this day, the legacy of this bottleneck remains, with certain populations still not being at the same diversity as pre-bottleneck levels. And if this had never happened, it's fair to say that things would be quite different. Still, our genetics overall have mostly recovered, and we don't kill everyone else on sight. So at least there's that improvement. Though it does lead to a second question, which is, how did all this potential bloodshed end? Well, it didn't, at least not in an absolute sense. Because over time, from a pure numbers point, more people did end up dying in wars, especially thanks to new technology. It just so happens that we grew faster than we died, so things got relatively better. Then sometime later, as more complex societies were created and trade and diplomacy arose, things cooled off. However, when you look at the last 600 years, you can see that this cooling off was only very recently, as it was only in the last 100 or so that we really started to turn a new leaf, with the amount of conflicts starting each year being on a mostly downward spiral since World War II. And while it may be hard to believe these days, we do live in an extremely peaceful world compared to the one that used to be. And this is of course reflected in our very long lifespans, which is over 3 times that of the Neolithic ones. And while we certainly do have our very own problems, I for one am glad I don't have to worry about skull cults and shin takers anymore, at least for the most part. Thanks for watching, and until next time, on Extinct Zoo.
All right, y'all. I would love to sit here on the stream and stream all night with you. But, as we know, if you've been on before at the end of my streams, I share my streaming corner here is in our bedroom. My husband works a way different shift than I do when he works. So he goes to bed fairly early at night. And so our compromise was that I had to shut down the stream 9 o'clock my time, so that he could get some sleep. Now, I stream again tomorrow from 4 to 9 again. I got some new stuff I want to look at. And I got some stuff that I want to get off of my list that don't belong there. And I want to give a shout out to Wake and Bake again for helping out with streaming things. I want to shout out to any followers or anyone who has come and chatted with me and been on my streams or would like to, or has just sat and lurked and not said a word. I am in the process of transferring a room into an office space for streaming so that I can do longer streams and later streams and more often. And I'm hoping that I get a whole bunch more options for diversity in our stream and things like that. I want to start showing some gaming clips and other stuff. And then we shall go from there. But I'm hoping to build up my stream here with a whole bunch of different stuff. And we will find out more interesting things about our world through YouTube and other sites. I have some gaming streams and stuff I want to look at. And a few links that followers have sent to me that I have not been able to get onto my site up to now. I'm hoping to be able to get them in. But as I said, I'm going to finish off my gardening tomorrow morning if it doesn't rain too much tonight and make it impossible. I got a few seeds I need to put in that I could stick in late. I wasn't as worried about them, like my green beans and stuff. And then I'm going to spend a little bit more time over here because I honestly have to admit, since starting my new job, I have not had the time to invest in researching more interesting stuff. I just kind of go on and grab a few chunks of interesting material. But I'm hoping to sit down tomorrow or tonight with Wake and Bake and get a few things revamped so that I can show a bigger variety of stuff. Right now, I am literally set up so that I will only stream YouTube material. But I don't plan on skipping other stuff. It's just that it was easiest for me to get started with, and I knew I wouldn't be thrown off right away because I actually am using their own materials, right? So I want to thank everyone again. I want y'all to come visit me tomorrow from 4 to 9, and if you can give a little like, follow, whatever, not just to me, but to those wonderful creators that I was just reacting to. I would absolutely love it. Like I said, at the beginning of pretty much every stream, I gave the name, and I'm hoping that it automatically is putting it on my channel. I'm hoping all those things come up as I'm linking them in, that they come up on my stream one after the other. I am not sure. Like I said, I am absolutely computer illiterate, and streaming is fairly new to me. Though I have been sitting here in front of this camera and it doesn't seem that hard. When it comes, you're seeing my computer screen. When it comes to this and this tower over here and stuff, that is almost all been set up and readied for me by Wake and Bake. That is why he gets so much shout out, while I'm the front person and I'm the one who picks the content. He's the one that makes sure it gets out there one way or another. And before it gets any darker and it's hard for me to see and I got to turn on lights, I'm going to say goodnight all, see you tomorrow, and have a great wacky night.
Thank you.